To 70 miles per hour chip shoal. If that anemometer continues to function, I would not be surprised if we see a wind gust over 90 miles per hour as that eye wall moves in. And the eye wall now about 50 miles away from Terrebonne Parish. And so that's going to be moving into the southern part of Terrebonne and Lafourche parishes, getting into, say, 2 to 3 hours plus per hour, and then the next couple of hours after that, getting up potentially to hurricane force. And what Doppler radar is now showing us is winds of 120 miles per hour in that eye wall. Now, that is several thousand feet off the ground, but you can assume that at least a significant part of that is translating down to the surface, and so certainly that would be supportive of 100-mile-per-hour winds in that eye wall. And again, that's not very far away from Terrebonne Bay. That's this area right in here. And so Grand Isle, certainly you're going to be in for some very nasty wind come late this afternoon. This is one of our model forecasts showing you how this is probably going to develop. And there you see the winds 60 to 75 miles per hour getting into New Orleans through late afternoon, really stepping up there in the southern part of Mississippi, 60 to 75 miles per hour, but easily gusting over hurricane force in these areas. And in some spots, then Mobile gusting 60 to 75 miles per hour by 9 o'clock tonight. And of course, as that strongest of wind is coming in from 6 to 7 to 8 o'clock along the Mississippi Gulf Coast, that's when we're going to maximize the storm surge potential. 6 to 9 feet of storm surge potential along the Mississippi Gulf Coast, and then 4 to 7 Plaquemines and Lafourche and Terrebonne parishes. So you just would not want to be anywhere near the coast. If you're outside of that risk reduction area in New Orleans in particular, that could be a very difficult spot. In Mississippi, that surge could penetrate well inland. In addition to all of those threats, we're looking at a tornado threat. There's a tornado watch now going until midnight tonight in Louisiana and Mississippi and southern Alabama, northwest Florida. A lot of wind shear in the atmosphere, winds coming out of different directions and at different speeds from the surface to 5,000 feet. And that is setting the stage for that tornado threat, which is not just going to be on the coast. As the storm moves inland, it's going to bring that tornado threat with it. So heads up there in Birmingham, Montgomery, and even the Atlanta area early tomorrow morning.
We fit a lot of life into our Subaru Forester.
It's good to be back.
Sure is.
Over the years, we trusted it to carry and protect the things that were most important to us. Good boy. We always knew we had a lot of life ahead of us.
Remember this?
That's why we chose a car we knew would be there for us through it all.
Welcome to the Subaru Forester, the longest-lasting, most trusted Forester ever.
It's the most talked about chip of the year. A chip so cheesy, so jalapeno-y. It could only be called Lay's Cheddar Jalapeno. Gotta have Lay's.
At Harry & David, we know that a gift is more than a beautiful box. It's a lifetime of love, the joy of friendship, the moments together, big and small. We make it easy to celebrate the ones you love. Life is a gift. Share more.
Hi folks, Joe Namath here, and if you're on Medicare, today is one of the only days of this year you can update your coverage and benefits. Before the deadline, you're entitled to eliminate copays and get dental, prescriptions, transportation, and meals at no additional cost. Plus, your zip code may have coverage with the Give Back benefit that adds money back to your Social Security check every month.
I called to get dental, transportation, meals, and the Give Back benefit. They helped me so much.
With this virus situation, I called to get everything I'm entitled to. I couldn't believe I was missing out on so many benefits.
With the uncertainty of the virus, you need to get everything you're entitled to. Millions of people have trusted the Medicare Coverage Helpline. You can too. Don't miss the deadline. Call now. It's free.
Call 1-800-346-4800. That's 1-800-346-4800 now.
You may not see them, but your itchy eyes know they're out there. Thousands of allergens in each cubic yard of air. No wonder you rub your eyes hundreds of times a day. But now, relief is just one drop away. Introducing Pataday. Full prescription strength Pataday works right in your eyes, right on the cells that make them itch. Fast. Just one drop once a day means relief that lasts all day. So turn your day into a Pataday. Now get Pataday without a prescription. Everywhere.
I heard you the first time. I just wanted to hear it again.
Now available at Walmart.com. World-class rechargeable hearing aids for hundreds, not thousands of dollars, including our new app-controlled hearing aid that gives you full control of your sound environment. Try them in the comfort of your home for 60 days. Our full lineup available with free 2-day shipping now at Walmart.com.
Hearing Assist will change your life.
What does Domino's know about tacos and burgers? As delivery experts, we know they shouldn't be delivered like this.
Thanks for the soggy taco spread across the bottom of my delivery bag.
The burger was wilted.
We hate to see anything delivered poorly.
We wanted to give you a burger that is designed to be
A
delivered.
taco that was made to deliver right.
A taco from Domino's?
What?
Oh my.
The new Domino's cheeseburger pizza.
This is our new chicken taco pizza.
Now the best way to get a taco or burger delivered is to get a Domino's pizza.
That is not a soggy taco.
All right, folks, we are tracking Zeta here on the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf, and boy, do we have a story to share with you. So pull up the chair, pour the coffee, because you need to sit for a while. We've got a multifaceted event that's going to be unfolding across parts of America, affecting millions of people in a variety of ways. Now, you can see it's spinning its way in the Gulf of Mexico. Now, on the far upper right-hand side of the screen, my friend and yours, that's Chris Brew, and he's got some great reports out of Gulf shores. The waves are picking up and conditions going from great to terrible in a matter of hours. Now, right below me, you'll see people preparing the best they possibly can. And then two other shots you're seeing, one from Long Beach, Mississippi, and one in the bottom center. That is showing you, yes, the Mississippi River and those gray mottled skies over the Big Easy. Again, welcome back, everyone. We're talking about a system that just around a week or so ago was an area of unsettled air in the Western Caribbean. We've seen it evolve. We've seen it roll. We've seen it build, sweep its way across the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico, now moving into the open waters, the Gulf of Mexico, and the story continues. It is now, as we started our broadcast earlier today, a Category 1. It is now a Category 2 with winds of 100 miles per hour. The threats? Again, grab a seat. We're going to be here for a minute. There are plenty of them. One thing that if you want a silver lining, and I'm just going to springboard off what Governor John Bell Edwards said here in the state of Louisiana, is if there's a silver lining, there is one to be had, and that this is a quick-moving system. So the rain that we have falling at our present location, light to moderate as it will be, could provide several inches of rainfall, which is not good. However, one thing that is the positive is that it is a quick mover. Wind will be a tremendous problem. Widespread wind damage can occur. With it, especially in the downtown areas, near the high buildings, it can actually intensify. Off in the distance, you can hear the bells ringing. A haunting sound that's going to be traded with the howling winds within a matter of hours, and the rain that could be coming down in torrents, not just here, but again in other spots, Mississippi, Alabama, the Florida Panhandle, and eventually into the state of Georgia and the Carolinas. Right at this hour, we've got tropical storm, not watches, but warnings for downtown Atlanta. Not something you see every day, but ladies and gentlemen, it's 2020, and we've seen a little bit of everything. What we will experience will be those winds over 100 miles an hour, diminishing a bit to around 90 miles an hour, beginning to be kind of a wounded animal, so to speak, early Thursday morning with winds at 45, but still very dangerous to consider. Something else you have to consider. With landfalling tropical systems, you often can have and do have, and in this situation likely will have, tornadoes that will form. At this hour, we do have tornado watches that are set up across parts of the Gulf Coast, including well inland. Look at that. Those are your torcons. I know you're sitting there, you're taking a sip of the coffee, you're thinking, what in the heck is a torcon? Well, your torcon, my friends, is your tornado condition index. And notice that we have it ranging anywhere from a 3 to 2, but Carl, as you know, if conditions worsen, we may see those numbers go up, but hopefully we'll see the opposite. Well, conditions will not be quite as bad, and maybe we can drop out those numbers altogether. But either way, vigilance is going to be key, and something that's, well, going to be utilized certainly over the next several hours, Carl.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, things are not moving in the right direction here in the short term, Reynolds. We just got a new update from the Hurricane Center, and now the wind's up to 105 miles per hour. So a solid Category 2 hurricane right now, moving north-northeast at 21. So it continues to accelerate. At the last advisory, it was 20 miles per hour, and we expect that by the time it gets up into the vicinity of, say, the Mississippi Gulf Coast, it could be closer to 30 miles per hour. So that is at least something that is good about this situation, or at least better, is that the storm is going to be moving right along. So it's going to be a period of several hours of the worst weather, and then conditions will rapidly improve late tonight, for example, in New Orleans. It's going to be very tough late this afternoon, getting worse through the early evening hours, and then improving by late evening. And right now we're seeing that eye wall very clearly showing up on radar. And look at some of the readings that we're getting from the oil platforms well away from that eye wall, Green Canyon. These are elevated platforms, but still, that's a wind gust to 90 miles per hour, 89 miles per hour, and now 72 at that Ship Shoal. And that is not very far away from the eye wall, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see a sharp increase in the winds there coming up. And that northern eye wall, now just about 50 miles away from Terrebonne Bay, and so areas of the southern Terrebonne and Lafourche parishes in particular are going to be in for some exceptionally strong wind coming up here in about, say, 2 to 3 hours. The wind already is increasing on the coast, already winds gusting over tropical storm force, but that's only going to step up as that eye wall comes in. That's where the very worst of the wind is, right around that eye wall. And you see here, as we look at some of the velocity data, winds of 105 miles per hour showing up aloft there in that eye wall. So here's a model forecast showing you that very strong wind coming in next couple of hours in Grand Isle and New Orleans, really stepping up. And again, we want you to be, in your shelter by the next, in the next hour or so here in New Orleans, because things are going to really dramatically worsen hour by hour as this moves in. Even though it's not terrible right now, that's going to change radically in about 3 to 4 hours. Then the strong wind coming up into Biloxi and Gulfport, Pascagoula, coming into Mobile, we think by 9 o'clock tonight, and then just as rapidly into the late evening and early morning hours, things will be improving. But storm surge, a significant threat. Chris is going to talk more about that in a moment. And also tornado watch in effect for southeast parts of Louisiana, southern Mississippi, Alabama, and northwest Florida. All right, let's go to Chris Warren right now, and he's going to give us the latest on this storm surge. And, Chris, I hope everybody is listening to their local officials, because, you get 9 feet of surge, and, that's going to be enough to kill you, frankly.
Absolutely. I mean, that's well over our heads here. I mean, you're talking, just above dry ground, right? So this is a very serious situation. 105 miles an hour now. That's 6 miles away from a Cat 3 at 111. So 105 mile per hour. Hurricane Zeta right now. The next hour or two expected to be pushing on shore in earnest. And that initial eye wall is going to pack a huge, significant blow here somewhere along the Louisiana coastline. And with these winds, as they're getting stronger, just that much more force to push water. With that, storm surge warnings in effect from Florida to Louisiana and well into Louisiana as well. I haven't seen significant rises yet, but it is going up. The waters are starting to inundate some areas, just getting a little bit higher on the beaches, a little bit higher than what you would typically expect. And boy, they are going to get high. Carl just mentioned 6 to 9 feet, and it looks like that is going to be the most likely location. It's going to be parts of the western Alabama beaches and across all of the Mississippi beaches. And this also goes for some of the inland waterways as well. This is a very serious situation. You run from water, you hide from wind, so you don't want to be anywhere near where that water is rising. And it looks like, I think here in Grand Isle, Louisiana, some of the worst of it is going to be happening here. And what I mean by that, here's 427. This is high tide at 1037. So some of the strongest winds happening here, but it takes a while for the water to come down as the winds are coming down or moving on. But even as the winds are coming down, the tide's still going up. So it could last a little bit longer. That surge and that high water could last a little bit longer because of that high tide, that we're going into high tide with some of what looks like will be some of the worst of the surge here. 28 mile per hour gusts being reported closer to the coast here, and that is, of course, going to increase. And the strong winds, tropical storm force winds, expected all the way up here to Virginia, and possibly with the gusts beyond that. But we want to go back right now to right here in New Orleans with meteorologist Reynolds Wolf. And Reynolds, we know absolutely this time does not look like New Orleans will be catching a break like the past 6 this season.
My friend, you're right about that. We've had so many close calls, but now it appears that the number is up. It truly is. And so people here have been prepared, doing the best they can. Chris mentioned a short while ago Grand Isle. We were located there just yesterday. There is one road that goes in, one road that goes out. That is Louisiana Highway 1. It stretches some 432 miles, but when it makes its way down towards the coast, that's really your only conduit. That's the only way. And much of it's surrounded by water on both sides. Now, I think on a day like today, that's going to be covered completely, so getting out of there is going to be awfully difficult. The story that we have now, city by city, we're going to go through the timing, and I want you to take a look at some of these. Now, the thing to consider is that although flooding is possible in some of these places, looks like the best way, or as it were, the worst way could happen, most likely way, will be from surge. The wind that you're seeing right here is going to be the provider. Think about it, that when you have that wind over the open water, there's nothing to impede it, to stop it, to harness it at all, so it causes that water to pile up. And when it comes on shore, every creek, every estuary, every river, every pond is going to be compromised if it's close proximity to the coast. But notice the system doesn't just stay out along the coast. It moves well inland, so we're going to see those problems there. There's the time slot right around 6 o'clock. You see the worst of it going right through New Orleans, crossing places like, my gosh, Lake Pontchartrain, where the visibility from one side to the other, my gosh, I mean, it's just going to be a wall of water. And sure enough, we can see the journey continue into parts of Mississippi, into Alabama, and then as Chris showed us, even into parts of Virginia, for heaven's sakes. And with the strong wind, as Carl was talking about, we've got those tornado watches that are out and about, and sure enough, we could see that happen. Now, in terms of your winds, here you go. And again, remember, the wind really being the mechanism. Think of it almost being like a spatula causing that water to pile up. It truly does. It becomes a battering ram, and it can be one of the more deadlier components that we deal with the landfalling tropical system. Now, obviously, that's going to be an issue right along the water's edge, but the wind still is going to be a problem well inland. I think tree damage is going to be a sure bet. Roads are going to be difficult to be able to traverse. And it looks like in terms of the rainfall, we see it, again, like a line of it, a stripe of it, where the yellow really pops out as it should. That's where we can see the heavier amounts. And then on top of it, think about much of the southeast, how much rain we've had. This is a situation where you'll have rain falling on areas where the ground really is no other place to accept it. So it begins to run off. Very quickly, as we wrap it up, here's the story in New Orleans. You see the real muscle of the wind, with wind gusts around 75 miles per hour or greater. As we get to the evening hours, Paul Goodloe is going to be out and about here in the Big Easy, walking you through, building a narrative of what the storm is doing. But right now, we're going to go to Gulf Shores, Alabama, where your friend and mine, Chris Brulin, is with us. Chris, you are a guy who grew up in Florida. You know the tropics like few others. You're in my home state of Alabama, and right now you've seen quite a bit of it this season, and now here's the latest episode.
Yeah, and I think the most staggering thing to think about is that this area was hard hit by Sally, and here we go with another tropical system again, you know, a little over 100 miles away from a direct landfall. But don't be fooled. We're going to see, you know, our fair share of impacts here. We're in the outer bands currently, and we're dry right now, but the winds have steadily picked up. I want to show you what it looks like behind me. Every time I turn around, the sky is changing. You see how fast those low-lying clouds are? That's your low-level surface winds. But aloft, you have winds going more out of the east-southeast. So there is a little bit of that turn with height. And because of that, we may end up with some severe weather, certainly some spin-ups, maybe a waterspout or twister. That can't be ruled out. Right now it's quiet, but let's show you what the ocean looks like over here, okay? Because the rain for the moment is not going to be the biggest story. It's going to be the winds. But look at how high the waves are. I mean, we've already got a good 6 to 8 feet wave, 6 to 8 foot waves already plowing. And then here's the dock in front of me. This literally got torn apart by Hurricane Sally. So there's still a lot of memories from what Sally did to the area, a lot of debris piles, and the one that sticks out most notably is the pier, and it's the one that's over here in the distance. It looks like it was built like that, but how do you get to the end? Well, that got washed out by Hurricane Sally. Thankfully, we're not going to see the same similar impacts. This is a fast-moving storm. Remember, it's already speeding up, and water rise has been about a foot in this area, but we could have a storm surge in the next, say, 6 to 8 hours of anywhere from 3 to 5 feet. That will not be big enough to at least get into some of these resorts, but there are some low-lying spots where you already have eroded dunes from the hurricane season as a whole, Carl, that we could have some coastal flooding. We know how easily highways like US 90 and even parts of I-10 can flood. So that's going to be something we'll watch, especially from here over towards New Orleans.
Yeah, and especially now that the storm is getting stronger. Chris, thank you so much. And, you know, another big, very important part of this story is the fact that you've got such a strong jet stream that will be driving the storm, accelerating it and moving it very, very rapidly. By this time tomorrow, it's going to be in the Carolinas. So it's just going to zip along and pick up speed along the way. So the tropical storm warnings extending well inland up through Alabama into Montgomery and Birmingham, into North Georgia, into Atlanta, and then into the western mountains of North and South Carolina. It's in those higher elevations where we could be looking at really significant tree damage, because as you go up in elevation, you have much, much stronger winds. And so here's a look at the forecast for the wind speed. You see that hurricane force wind coming there into areas east of Terrebonne Bay, maybe near Grand Isle. And then that's the tropical storm force wind in yellow. So the hurricane force wind starting to affect New Orleans, at least hurricane force gusts, most likely late this afternoon or into the early evening hours. Then stepping up through the early evening in Mississippi, along the Mississippi Gulf Coast. That's when we'll be maximizing that storm surge as that strongest hurricane force wind comes through. At that time, tropical storm force winds into Mobile, but then reaching up into southern parts of Alabama, Montgomery and Birmingham into the overnight hours, and then coming across into North Georgia very early tomorrow morning, and then through the morning. So it would not be at all surprising. First of all, you may be awakened by the sound of that wind, but on top of that, there are probably going to be trees down and tree limbs down, power outages as well. So be prepared for all of that early tomorrow morning. You may not want to go in or plan to go into work earlier if you're going into work. And then beyond that, we continue to see that wind driving through the Carolinas and all the way to Virginia, to Tidewater, Virginia, by 6 o'clock tomorrow. So power outages are likely to be widespread from the landfall point northward, New Orleans, Mobile, Montgomery, Birmingham, Atlanta, and up into those mountains there in North Georgia, as well as into western parts of North and South Carolina, but also likely even into North and South Carolina. All right, we're going to have much more on the storm. Our team coverage continues here in just a moment.
How did Kellogg's combine crunchy oat clusters with a touch of honey, plump, juicy raisins, and tasty fiber into one delicious cereal? It took a lot of brainstorming. Get it? Kellogg's Raisin Bran Crunch. 2 scoops of delicious.
Starbucks Creamer, a new non-dairy Starbucks Creamer. It's smooth. It's creamy. So creamy. It's Starbucks Caramel Macchiato at home. So good. This changes everything. Starbucks Creamer.
Keeping your oysters growing while keeping your business growing as you swamped. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. The moment you sponsor a job on Indeed, you get a short list of quality candidates from our resume database, so you can start hiring right away. Claim your $75 credit when you post your first job at Indeed.com/promo.
Hello?
Hello there. Almond Joy is Tropic calling.
When you need a taste of vacation, pick up.
So you didn't get the credit card you wanted. Cheer up.
I got denied. There's nothing I could do.
You're wrong, Tom. You can get a therapy companion.
Well, like a dog?
No.
Cat?
No, a cow. An Experian Boost cow.
Oh, yeah, you can raise your credit scores instantly with Experian.
It worked. There's that cashback card I want right there.
Boost your credit scores instantly, free with
Experian!
Download the Experian app now.
I knew about the tremors, but when I started seeing things, I didn't know what was happening, so I kept it in.
He started believing things that weren't true. I knew something was wrong, but I didn't say a word.
During the course of their disease, around 50% of people with Parkinson's may experience hallucinations or delusions. But now, doctors are prescribing Nuplazid, the only FDA-approved medicine proven to significantly reduce hallucinations and delusions related to Parkinson's. Don't take Nuplazid if you are allergic to its ingredients. Nuplazid can increase the risk of death in elderly people with dementia-related psychosis and is not for treating symptoms unrelated to Parkinson's disease. Nuplazid can cause changes in heart rhythm and should not be taken if you have certain abnormal heart rhythms or take other drugs that are known to cause changes in heart rhythm. Tell your doctor about any changes in medicines you're taking. The most common side effects are swelling of the arms and legs and confusion.
We spoke up, and it made all the difference.
Ask your Parkinson's specialist about Nuplazid.
This year, Walmart's turning Black Friday into deals for days. Starting Wednesday, November 4th, score deals like an $88 42-inch on Roku TV and get them at our new deals pickup. Let's end the year saving bigger.
Hi folks, Joe Namath here, and if you're on Medicare, today is one of the only days of this year you can update your coverage and benefits. Before the deadline, you're entitled to eliminate copays and get dental, prescriptions, transportation, and meals at no additional cost. Plus, your zip code may have coverage with the Give Back benefit that adds money back to your Social Security check every month.
I called to get dental, transportation, meals, and the Give Back benefit. They helped me so much.
With this virus situation, I called to get everything I'm entitled to. I couldn't believe I was missing out on so many benefits.
With the uncertainty of the virus, you need to get everything you're entitled to. Millions of people have trusted the Medicare Coverage Helpline. You can too. Don't miss the deadline. Call now. It's free.
Call 1-800-975-4570. That's 1-800-975-4570 now.
Join us on our mission to be informed and inspired. Pattern. Available on your favorite platforms.
Getting to this location from downtown New Orleans is not easy. Getting here to there is about 45 miles away. However, the road you take, get this, time-wise, about 2 hours, which lays out exactly how crazy driving in southern Louisiana can be. It's showcasing the relationship, the marriage between land and water. Now, this is Leesville. Now, Leesville, the thing about it, again, very, very close to the water. In fact, this roadway that I drove down, this exact spot just yesterday, looks pretty similar in terms of the proximity of the water to the pavement. Something that's changing, though, the sky conditions. The rain is coming down, but it's the surge that's going to be a problem that can cause some overwash. Look at this. This is the way on Highway 1 to get to places like Grand Isle. And not an easy endeavor by any measure, but gives you an idea of what life is like and can be in southern Louisiana when it comes to hurricane season. Welcome back, everyone. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf, and it is hard to believe that that area is just 45 miles. If we were to strap wings and fly in that direction, it wouldn't be difficult. But again, getting there from bumper to bumper, from car or truck, it's never as easy. But what we do have moving without any issue is going to be Zeta. Zeta right now is, again, growing in strength. It is a Category 2 storm. I was looking at a tweet that was put out by my friend Chris Warren a short while ago, and he brought up the point, it's a very wise one, that with its current power, we're only 6 miles away in terms of power for it to be a major hurricane. So we're really close. The thing is, I would tell you that this is a tropical depression. I would want you to take it seriously. But right now, it is, again, a strong system. It's very vibrant. And what we're dealing with in Louisiana right now is the heaviest rainfall that we've had so far during much of the afternoon. It is coming down now, and it's almost like a breathing effect where you'll have one concentric band that'll come through where at times visibility will be quite hampered. Off in the distance, you can see the roadways, but I'll tell you, a short while ago, skies were clear. but things will begin to appear and then disappear as we have, again, Carl, more water that comes through, some low clouds, and with it, more problems in terms of the wind and the prospects of even tornadic activity across parts of the region. Hard to believe. A lot of things dealing with this one system.
Yeah, and some local officials have said that people should be sheltering in place in New Orleans by now. They were looking at 2 p.m. Central Time for people to be sheltering in place. I think that's great advice. Already winds now gusting to 50 miles per hour in Houma, which is not that far to the south of New Orleans. And so we're going to see a rapid stepping up of the winds as the storm rapidly moves in. It's now moving at 21 miles per hour, but it's accelerating. So with each passing hour, it's getting faster and faster. And it's also increasing in intensity. And, you know, a lot of the modeling was indicated that it would not do that. It would maybe, if anything, just level off. But in fact, we've gone from 90 to 105 miles per hour over the last few hours here. So a strong Category 2 storm right now moving northeast at 21 miles per hour. And that eye wall showing up really, really well on the radar. There you see some of the observations now. That Green Canyon most recently gusting to 90 miles per hour. That's an oil platform that is south of the mouth of the Mississippi, and Ship Shoal gusting to 72 miles per hour. Another one there, South Marsh, gusting to 60. But as we zoom in, again, Houma gusting to nearly 50 miles per hour. So as these banding features come in, all that heavy rain comes in. What it does is it brings this strong wind aloft down to the ground, and some of those banding features now not very far at all from New Orleans. So expect that there's going to be an increase in wind as that comes in. And the eye wall itself, that's where the very strongest of wind is, now just 30 miles away from Terrebonne Bay. So I think conditions getting much, much worse in the southern part of Terrebonne and Lafourche parishes here in, say, about an hour or two, depending on exactly where you are. It's going to get really rough in Grand Isle. Here, by the way, the Doppler radar, those deep blue colors indicating where the strongest of wind is being found, and winds now as high as 120 miles per hour. I'm going to query this for you very quickly. And right at, oh my goodness, look at that, 134 miles per hour. Now that's off the ground. That's several thousand feet off the ground. But still, if even a portion of that is being transferred down to the ground, then you're going to be looking at potentially some 100+ mile per hour wind in some spots. And so, broadly speaking, 60 to 75 mile per hour wind coming into Grand Isle, we think, in the next couple of hours here. Same story, New Orleans, winds really, really stepping up through this late afternoon and early evening. And then we're going to see that also moving over and into parts of southern Mississippi going into the early evening hours. So, Chris, a long night ahead, but it is mercifully at least going to only be several hours worth of the worst weather.
And breaking right now, Carl, a lot of the worst weather does include the tornado threat. And right now, this thunderstorm we're seeing right here, just north of Interstate 12, we can see here, north of Baton Rouge. In fact, just to the northeast of Baton Rouge and to the east of New Roads, Louisiana. This is a tornado warning, and you can kind of make out where there's, it doesn't look real green in there, but there's the color that kind of drops out of the red. Right into there is where the most likely location of that tornado is right now. Again, a tornado warning right now here in Louisiana, just north of I-12 and northeast of Baton Rouge. One of many threats, tornadoes with Zeta, Hurricane Zeta.
The Lab, brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Wish you were here to see how bright the human spirit can shine. To see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave. To help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
For all of us who weren't born yesterday, who expect more from their wireless carrier, there's Consumer Cellular. For 25 years, we've offered exceptional service at a great value, like talk, text, and data for only $20 a month with no contract. Flexible plans you can adjust anytime if your phone usage changes with no fees. reliable connections on the same networks as the bigger, more expensive carriers, with coverage reaching 99% of the U.S. population. And U.S.-based customer service that's been ranked #1 by J.D. Power 9 times in a row. As an approved AARP provider for over 12 years, we offer member discounts. You can even keep your phone and number. Or if you're ready to upgrade, choose from our wide selection of top phones. Enjoy premium wireless service for less, designed with you in mind. Switch today. It's easy, and there's a 100% risk-free guarantee. Call 800-514-0192. Go to consumercellular.com or find us at Target.
Frustrated that clothes come out of the dryer wrinkled? Next time, try Bounce Wrinkle Guard dryer sheets. The world's first mega sheet with 3 times more wrinkle relaxers. Look at the difference of these two shirts. The Wrinkle Guard shirt has less wrinkles and static and more softness and freshness. To tame wrinkles on the go, use Bounce 3-in-1 Rapid Touch-Up Spray. Bounce out wrinkles with Bounce Wrinkle Guard dryer sheets and touch-up spray, both with a money-back guarantee.
I felt awful because of my psoriasis. I was covered from head to toe with it. It really hurt. Then I started Cosentix. That was 4 years ago. How are you? See me.
Cosentix works fast to give you clear skin that can last. Real people with psoriasis look and feel better with Cosentix. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentix. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections and lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms. If your inflammatory bowel disease symptoms develop or worsen, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to. Serious allergic reactions may occur.
I look and feel better.
Ask your dermatologist if Cosentix could help you move past the pain of psoriasis.
Ready, set, go.
Go, boy, go! Go, boy, go! Go, boy, go! Go, boy, go! Get the car! Go some more!
Live big in the 3 larger-than-life SUVs from GMC. Step up to GMC and get $5,500 purchase allowance on most 2020 Acadia models. We are professional grade GMC.
Through the walk of life, Walgreens has always been there to help make life easier. And now we're doing the same with Medicare, so you can easily find the best, most affordable plan for you. Visit walgreens.com/Medicare to get started. Walgreens, we make Medicare easy.
And welcome back to our coverage of Hurricane Zeta, and now looking at a tornado warning in East Baton Rouge and East Feliciana, St. Helena parishes going until 2:45. This is moving northwest at 30 miles per hour, and there you see just a little bit of that coloring there, sort of a darker color next to a brighter color. That is where the spin is located, and again, that is moving northwest, so coming towards Bluff Creek and Clinton, as well as Wilson, a possible tornado coming your way. And we could see a lot more of these tornado warnings going through this evening. There's a tornado watch going until midnight tonight. That for southeast Louisiana, southern Mississippi, southern Alabama, and northwest Florida. A lot of wind shear. That's pretty typically the case when you've got a landfalling hurricane or tropical cyclone. And so in this case, we're looking at a threat that will continue through the evening and maybe even into the early morning hours. Keep that in mind. That tornado threat will extend up into northern Alabama and into North Georgia. The very worst of the wind will be moving in the overnight hours in Alabama and in the early morning hours before dawn in North Georgia. So there's not just going to be a general wind threat in those areas. There's also going to be a tornado threat because tornadoes certainly a function of those strong winds and winds coming out of different directions. So be aware of that in addition to the many things we're concerned about. Going to be a heightened concern for tornadoes going through tonight. Now, here you see the latest on the storm, unfortunately moving in the wrong direction in terms of intensity. Now a strong Category 2 storm with 105 mile per hour wind, and now just about 85, or as of the last advisory, 85 miles southwest of Grand Isle, Louisiana, looking at the center point of that eye wall. But I want to show you something else here, and as we look at the radar, that northern eye wall is now not very far at all from coming into Lafourche and Terrebonne parishes. And in fact, when we zoom down and get a look at what's going on with the winds, we're seeing winds gusting to hurricane force or nearly so. Green Canyon, Ship Shoal as well, gusting to 60 miles per hour in South Marsh. And then as we get even a little bit closer, you see that the winds are at 20 miles per hour in New Orleans right now, but to the south, gusting to 50 in Homa. And if you see those areas of brighter color right in there, that is where you've got heavier rain. And where you see that heavier rain, those banding features, as they come in, they're going to bring that stronger wind. And that is not far away from New Orleans at all. In fact, let me just get a look at this right in there. Okay, that's only 20 miles away from New Orleans. And so that means moving in inside the hour here. And as that comes in, as those bands come in, you can bet that the winds are really going to step up in that area. And then the eye wall is where the very strongest of wind is found. That's where you've got winds of 90 plus miles per hour easily. And that's coming towards Terrebonne Bay, now 30 miles away from being squarely in Terrebonne Bay. And so again, an hour to an hour and a half based on the current speed of the storm. And as we look at that eye wall, look at the velocity that's showing up there. This is showing you how strong the wind is. So where you see the blue, that's very strong wind coming towards the radar. Where you see that dark blue, that's incredibly strong wind now in the eye wall. And so even if you take just a fraction of that, because that's aloft, you could still be talking about winds gusting over 100 miles per hour in some areas. So here's a model forecast, and keep in mind that this model forecast was based on the previous intensity of the storm, and so this may be a little bit too conservative in some areas. It is, for example, showing 60 to 75 mile per hour in Grand Isle. I think it's possible that the winds could be well over that, maybe 75 to 90 miles per hour as that eye wall comes in. Also 60 to 75 mile per hour wind late this afternoon and going through the early evening in New Orleans. It's going to be a period of a few to several hours, 3, 4, 5 hours of the very worst of the weather, and that moving up into Mississippi through this evening. But then you see on the back side of it, the winds actually do come down pretty quickly. Notice in Mobile, 60 to 75 mile per hour wind at 9 o'clock tonight. And let's get out to Chris Bruin. He is in South Alabama right now. And Chris, it's going to be, fast and furious, essentially. It's going to make it really different as compared to a lot of previous storms.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Thankfully, it is moving fast, but remember, that also has repercussions. It's not able to weaken as quickly inland, which is why this is going to be a huge inland wind event, which will be very noticeable. We're already getting some of those outer bands. I want to show you the clouds. They do certainly are visible here on the horizon out over the water, which is an angry Gulf of Mexico. Wave heights easily 6 to 10 feet. But as we pan over in this direction, the waves continue to get taller and taller. In fact, not too far away from the base of some of these concrete pilings here of the Gulf State Pier here in Gulf Shores, Alabama, that was ravaged by Hurricane Sally. And here we go again, 6 weeks later, and another hurricane looming for the northern Gulf Coast.
Welcome to the Quaker Breakfast Table. Here, there's a seat for everyone and delicious whole grains to enjoy your way. So grab life by the cup or bowl and nourish it. Quaker Oats.
From roof to foundation, the damage to your home can be devastating, from clogged gutters, leaking roofs, rotting wood and fascia, and flooded basements. Protect your entire home with Leaf Filter, the nation's #1 rated gutter protection system. Once our ladders go up, you can put yours down forever.
One of the things that I like the most is that I don't have to get back on the ladder anymore.
Leaf Filter starts by cleaning, sealing, and realigning your gutters. We then install our micro mesh screen over your existing gutters, which is guaranteed to filter out everything except for water.
Trying other products is what made us finally go to Leaf Filter.
And Leaf Filter's lifetime transferable warranty makes it an extraordinary value.
Leaf Filter is going to make my home more valuable, especially when I go to sell it.
Call 833-LEAF-FILTER or go to getleaffilter.com for your free gutter inspection and estimate. Call or log on today and save 15%.
Insulin injections can make diabetes complicated. Meet Omnipod. It delivers insulin through a tubeless pod. Just one small pod replaces up to 14 injections. And today, you can get started with the free 30-day Omnipod Dash trial at Omnipod.com. No more daily injections. It's game-changing. Get started with a free 30-day Omnipod Dash trial today. Go to omnipod.com for risk information, instructions for use, and free trial terms and conditions. Consult your healthcare provider before starting on Omnipod. Simplify diabetes. Simplified life. Omnipod.
Here's to the experiences we create, the moments we share, wherever we are. San Pellegrino. Enhance your moments.
Hi, folks. Joe Namath here, and if you're on Medicare, this is important. Today is one of the only days of this year you can update your coverage and benefits. Before the deadline, you're entitled to eliminate premiums and copays and get dental care, dentures, eyeglasses, in-home aids, prescription coverage, unlimited transportation, and home-delivered meals, all at no additional cost. Plus, your zip code may have coverage with the Give Back benefit that adds money back to your Social Security check every month. Look, with the uncertainty of the virus and vaccines, you need to get everything you're entitled to. Millions of people have trusted the Medicare Coverage Helpline. You can too. Don't miss the deadline. Call now. It's free.
Call 1-800-346-4800. That's 1-800-346-4800 now.
Ready, set, go.
Go, boy, go! Go, boy, go! Go, boy, go! Go, boy, go! Get the car! Go some more!
Live big in the 3 larger-than-life SUVs from GMC. Step up to GMC and get $5,500 purchase allowance on most 2020 Acadia models. We are professional grade GMC.
Pattern is dedicated to everyone who seeks to explore the world in new ways, share in its challenges and triumphs, and celebrate its most amazing moments. So join us on our mission to be informed and inspired. Pattern, available on your favorite platforms.
And welcome back to our ongoing coverage of Hurricane Zeta, now a 105-mile-per-hour storm, Category 2 intensity. It has been getting a little bit stronger through the last few hours, and we are looking at a very serious threat for wind and surge in the parts of Mississippi and Louisiana in particular, also in Alabama. We'll take a look at that in just a moment. I want to show you the radar right now as this eye wall is not very far away. It's getting closer and closer to the point of landfall, now just probably a couple of hours away from that. Some of the oil platforms offshore showing winds gusting to hurricane force, but we're seeing much stronger wind than that in the Doppler radar estimates. And you notice here in Houma, which is south of New Orleans, winds gusting to 50 miles per hour in those heavier bands that are coming on shore. That is knocking on the door there in New Orleans. So even though you've got winds of 21 right now, I think they're going to step up dramatically in the next hour or two and continue to worsen over the next several hours. And in fact, when we look at the eye wall there, that eye wall is now about 80 miles away from New Orleans, and it looks like it's going to come very, very close, if not actually right over New Orleans. And so assuming that the storm is not weakening that dramatically, because of course you've got all of that low-lying terrain there in marshland. It's what we call the brown ocean. There's a lot of water that's intermingled within the land there in southeast Louisiana. So assuming that the storm still has a lot of intensity, we could easily be looking at some exceptionally strong wind coming into New Orleans. As I say, it's going to be stepping up over the next several hours. Winds probably getting to 40 to 50 to 60 miles per hour. But as that eye wall comes in, on that present speed at 21 miles per hour, that would mean the eye wall moving into or very close to New Orleans in about 4 hours or so. And as that happens, that's when winds could easily gust over hurricane force. So you're talking about a very intense storm on the way. There in those deep blue colors, look at that, some velocities of 114 miles per hour aloft, and so easily looking at some winds of 100 plus miles per hour at the surface. All right, let's get out to Chris Bruin right now. He's been reporting on the storm in Gulf Shores. And Chris, you know, this is going to be just a very fast storm, but with that fast motion, everything's going to worsen really quickly. So, you know, we hope that people have gotten everything in order at this point, especially in southeast Louisiana, but even in Alabama, you're running out of time.
Yeah, Carl, you bring up a good point. Schools were dismissed early today in both Gulf Shores and even in Mobile, and the beaches have been essentially empty. We've had maybe 5 people that we have seen on these whole stretch of sand. So people, are at their safe place, and they know a storm's coming. I think it will take people by surprise how quickly the weather changes. I want to bring in one of the locals here. It's the GM of our hotel, the Lodge, Bill Bennett. Thanks for joining us. Your property really looks good after what it went through in Hurricane Sally. Talk to us on some of the repairs and some of the things that you guys have faced this hurricane season alone.
Well, thanks, Chris. Really appreciate that. The facility performed as designed, candidly. We had minimal damage from Hurricane Sally. Some of the wind gusts through here were anywhere from 120, 130 mile an hour. And when you look at the length of time that storm, the duration of that storm, we had anticipated a little worse damage for the wear. Primarily cosmetic damage on the side of the building. Other than that, the hotel never closed, our restaurants never closed, and we actually served as a beacon of hope for many in this community. We transitioned our restaurant for 2 weeks following Hurricane Sally. We fed all the first responders. The Alabama State Park strike team came to town to clean up the state park itself. So we really performed well. The hotel performed so well and as designed, as you may know, it was the first commercial fortified building in the world, that 3 days after Hurricane Sally, the executive director for FEMA came through here along with Congressman Burns because he wanted to see what commercial fortified development actually looked like.
That's amazing. I mean, this place is a fortress. Talk about this season. And even though you had one direct impact, you've been threatened by many more. How has that process been, and how has this whole summer has it taken a toll on the industry, tourism industry? I mean, Gulf Shore is a popular spot even for Midwesterners. What have you experienced with that?
Well, many in this area have stopped subscribing to reality quite some time ago. It's totally overrated. We're in a bit of a bubble here. Yeah. This summer was very, very good for us, very, very strong. We saw strong leisure activity in all of our condominiums and all the hotels through here. So it was a little different. This is what, the 7th named storm?
Yeah.
But listen, if you want to live in paradise, you want to work in paradise, you got to be prepared for that. And we're such a resilient bunch down here.
We got about 30 seconds. How prepared do you feel for this incoming storm that we're about to threaten with Zeta?
We feel very prepared. We have our team members that are here ready to carry on operations. The city, the community has been prepared for this as well.
All right.
So,
Bill Bennett, thank you so much. I mean, the hotel, we'll show you guys throughout the afternoon. And this is where we're hunkering down. This place is just a fortress and survived the high winds that we had with Sally. I mean, unbelievable stuff. But we're already seeing the weather change. We got another band coming in. And take a look here at the angry Gulf of Mexico behind me. You can see the remnants of what Sally did there in the distance. And we're going to go through this all over again. Thankfully not as strong, but certainly going to be impacted. We'll have more updates next.
No matter what all the baby experts say, the perfect way to care for your baby is your own way. And that inspired our perfect diaper to be the softest ever with plant-based materials. Huggy Special Delivery.
Hi, I'm Joan London. As a longtime senior advocate, I have an important message for anyone on Medicare. Right now is the annual Medicare enrollment period. Many of you may qualify to save money or receive new Medicare-approved benefits at no additional cost, but you don't get these savings or additional benefits automatically. That's why my friends at Assurance are providing you with a free, no-obligation Medicare benefits review by simply calling the toll-free number on your screen now. They can see if you are eligible for new Medicare benefits like free eyeglasses, prescription drug home delivery, expanded at-home telehealth visits, and an over-the-counter allowance for things like pain relievers or skincare products. You may even be eligible for $0 monthly premiums, $0 deductibles, or no copays. Medicare benefits can be confusing, especially managing your prescriptions. Handling Medicare first for my aging mom and then for myself has been a very eye-opening experience. That's why I trust the licensed Medicare agents at Assurance, who will answer any questions you have and make sure you're getting all the benefits you need, like prescription drug home delivery. And you may also be eligible for $0 monthly premiums, $0 deductibles, or no copays. So if you're currently on Medicare, call for your free no-obligation Medicare benefits review. Call now before open enrollment ends to make sure you're getting all the benefits you qualify for.
Just call 800-239-1404 now to find out if you're eligible for a Medicare plan that includes additional benefits. Call before the annual open enrollment period ends for your free no-obligation Medicare benefits review. Call 800-239-1404. 800-239-1404.
Perrier, the original spark.
I feel golden. I feel like glitter on my shoulders. I feel golden. I feel like,
Boldly refreshing since 1863.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life. But with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on, uninterrupted, because you'll have power when you need it the most.
24 days we were without power. I had water, I had ice, I had coffee, I had air conditioner. I was able to stay here because of the Generac.
Get the safety, security, and peace of mind your family deserves with a home standby generator from Generac. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
Very good product. Very, very good reviews from everybody.
Prices start at just $19.99. And special financing is available with surprisingly affordable monthly payments. Call now to schedule your free in-home assessment, and you'll receive a 7-year extended warranty absolutely free. That's a $695 value. Call or go online today. Power your life with Generac.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network,
We've got a severe weather threat. Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
the Weather Channel.
And welcome back to continued coverage here on the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf, and the topic, the tropics. Talking about Zeta. Again, the system continues to roll in our direction. As we take a look at some vantage points around the city, you'll notice things have gone from bad to a lot worse. We take a look at this shot that gives you kind of a gander south of the city, going south, and from the top of Hotel Monteleon. And what we're seeing right now is the rain that is coming through. The skies that become increasingly dark, and with it, you can expect the ruckus to continue. Right now, you'll notice this is one vantage point, but another one shows you over towards Lake Pontchartrain. Now, we think about Pontchartrain, it is some 630 square miles of water. The deepest points anywhere from, say, 12 to 14 feet, with some other places that have been dredged out a little bit deeper for large ships to move on through. But what is sailing in the direction, again, it is all about Zeta. We've already seen the formation of some tornadic activity, and that may be just really a taste of what's to come over the next several hours. And surely what we've seen over here in downtown New Orleans is pretty much a change too, where we had light to moderate showers, heavier rain coming in for the time being. Meteorologist Paul Goodlow is going to be coming up the next hour, talking about the conditions as we go minute by minute, hour by hour, with things that, as we mentioned, are only going to get worse. Rain, although it is prevalent now, is not going to be the top story. Because it is a quick mover, we don't anticipate a great deal of flooding from that. Flooding, though, still in the picture, primarily because of surge, that wind causing the water to pile up. So spots that we showed you along places like Lake Pontchartrain, it's going to be an issue, but also farther down along the coast, a lot of places like Grand Isle certainly could be affected. Parts of Highway 1 could be covered completely with water, making trying to get out of there not just a difficult endeavor, but at times downright impossible. So that is something you certainly need to contend with. The wind, again, we expect that to pick up, but something else, if you want to find a silver lining, is that we do anticipate this is going to be a fast mover. However, enough instability will stay in place, and we could see that tornadic threat roll on a bit more into places like Alabama, eventually back into Georgia, Tennessee, and the Carolinas. But also at the same time, we could have widespread power outages from the strong wind, possibly causing some tree damage and causing, again, a lot of covering of roadways. I, unfortunately, am technologically challenged at this moment. I'm unable to hear back into the control room at this point. So what we're going to do is we're going to try to hopefully hand it off back into the studio for more continued coverage at this hour.
Thank you so much. And what we are seeing on radar right now is that the eye wall, the very most dangerous part of this Category 2 storm, is now probably between 3 and 4 hours away from New Orleans. And so it is going to be very rough there in New Orleans later this afternoon. Already conditions starting to go downhill. Winds are picking up just to the south. Here we're looking at some of the observations, a couple of oil platforms. And you notice here that while we're seeing some updates on some of these other sites, we're not seeing updates on those. So I think that maybe their wind instrumentation has been knocked out, peaking there at about hurricane force. But here, as we look a little bit closer, we see that in Homa, winds are gusting to nearly 50 miles per hour, and more recently gusting to 35 in New Orleans. And so as this banding, as this heavier rain comes in, that is really going to step up the wind. So over the next few hours, it's only going to be increasing. Winds gusting into the 40s, into the 50s, into the 60s. But then beyond that, we're watching this eye wall, and it looks like this eye wall is taking pretty much direct aim on New Orleans. And so as that comes in, there's going to be some very strong wind, hurricane force winds, gusting well over hurricane force potentially, coming right into New Orleans. And I think on the current track, probably getting in between 3 and 4 hours. It's moving at 20 miles per hour, so that would suggest between 3 and 4 hours is when the very worst of that weather comes in along with that eye wall. Now, we will see some degradation in the eye wall as it's moving up through southeast Louisiana, but this is also a very, swampy area. There's a lot of marshland there across southeast Louisiana, so it's not going to lose as much intensity as it might coming into other areas of land around the country. It's going to be able to hold on to a lot of that power. You can see here in the velocity data, you notice the very deep blue colors. That is now just about ready to come on board there, moving into Terrebonne Bay and moving towards Port Fourchon as well. Grand Isle, I think you're going to be in for some exceptionally strong wind in the next hour or so. So far, the storm surge values have not been that high, so it's going to be a sudden increase in everything, a sudden increase in wind and a sudden increase in storm surge. And we're looking at 4 to 7 feet from, say, Terrebonne and Plaquemines Parish on northward, and then 6 to 9 feet of storm surge potentially along the Mississippi Gulf Coast. So please, please listen to your local officials if they tell you to evacuate. Tropical storm warnings extending well inland, all the way up into North Georgia and even into the Carolinas. This thing is going to hold on to a lot of its intensity well after landfall. It will be a tropical storm all the way up into Georgia and North and South Carolina. Here you see the wind moving into Montgomery and Birmingham late tonight, and then coming into the Atlanta metro early tomorrow morning, and there could be significant tree and power line damage in those areas. Much more coming up.
What does Domino's know about tacos and burgers? As delivery experts, we know they shouldn't be delivered like this.
Thanks for the soggy tacos spread across the bottom of my delivery bag.
The burger was wilted.
We hate to see anything delivered poorly.
We wanted to give you a burger that is designed to be delivered.
A taco that was made to deliver right.
A taco from Domino's?
What?
Oh my.
The new Domino's cheeseburger pizza.
This is our new chicken taco pizza.
Now the best way to get a taco or burger delivered is to get a Domino's pizza.
That is not a soggy taco.
With every cup, we cultivate some of the finest coffee in the world. With every cup, we elevate every coffee moment into a movement, protecting what's precious to ensure exceptional quality. Growing new beginnings, creating infinite possibilities. Because with every cup, precious coffee preserves the beauty of our world. Nespresso, what else?
Hi. My name is Sam Davis, and I'm going to tell you about exciting plans available to anyone with Medicare. Many plans provide broad coverage and still may save you money on monthly premiums and prescription drugs. With Original Medicare, you're covered for hospital stays and doctor office visits, but you have to meet a deductible for each, and then you're still responsible for 20% of the cost. Next, let's look at a Medicare supplement plan. As you can see, they cover the same things as Original Medicare, and they also cover your Medicare deductibles and coinsurance, but they often have higher monthly premiums and no prescription drug coverage. Now, let's take a look at Humana's Medicare Advantage plans. With a Humana Medicare plan, hospital stays, doctor office visits, and Medicare deductibles are covered. And of course, most Humana Medicare Advantage plans include prescription drug coverage. In fact, in 2019, Humana Medicare Advantage prescription drug plan members saved an estimated $7,800 on average on their prescription costs. Most Humana Medicare Advantage plans include a Silver Sneakers fitness program at no extra cost. Dental and vision coverage is now included with most Humana Medicare Advantage plans. And you get telehealth coverage with a $0 copay. You get all this for as low as a $0 monthly plan premium in many areas. And your doctor and hospital may already be a part of Humana's large network. If you want the facts, call right now for the free decision guide from Humana. There is no obligation, so call the number on your screen right now to see if your doctor is in our network, to find out if you could save on your prescriptions, and to get our free decision guide. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
Back in January, we knew that this was really bad.
We had ample forewarning.
But we did almost no testing, almost no contact tracing.
Completely ignored the science, completely ignored the warning signs.
There were things that could have been done.
A lot of people have died needlessly. And there's nothing more frustrating than feeling like you're fighting against someone who should have your back.
We are not going to stamp this out unless we have a change of leadership.
FFPAC's responsible for the content of this ad.
And so it begins. Right now, we're beginning the landfall of the 11th tropical system to make landfall here in the U.S. just this year. Powerful Category 2 Hurricane Zeta now is lashing the Louisiana coastline and even here in New Orleans. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodlow. Thanks for staying with us for our coverage all day, all night, and into the rest of this week as we deal with yet another threat to the U.S. from this wild year of 2020. We have live team coverage up and down the coast as we time out this life-threatening storm surge, wind, as not to mention the rain and the flooding potential as well. And all this moves inland, and so do many of the impacts as well across much of the southeastern U.S. as Zeta comes on shore over the next several hours with very strong winds. Right now, again, Zeta is a Category 2 hurricane, sustained winds 105 miles per hour, and is closing in the Louisiana coastline, moving north-northeast at 21 miles per hour. That forward speed has been increasing throughout the day and is continuing to expect to go faster and faster, which means the time is running out. Hopefully you're in your safe place and you will stay there with your supplies, because we are literally about maybe 90, 95 miles out from the center, but we're about 60 miles out from some of the strongest winds. That's that northern eye wall with Zeta as it continues to approach New Orleans, a city which is very vulnerable for flooding. A lot of people think back to Katrina. People who live here think about Katrina. In fact, actually, the winds with Hurricane Zeta, as of just now, the new 3 p.m. local update, now 110 miles per hour, Category 2, now moving northeast at 22 miles per hour. So every hour it's getting faster and faster, which means landfall is getting closer and closer. The path takes the center and its wind and its rain across Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, even into Georgia. And our watches stretch from the Gulf Coast all the way into areas of South Carolina because of the conditions here. Along the coast, storm surge is a huge concern, not only here across Louisiana, but also especially into Mississippi and even coastal Alabama. We have team coverage. Our Chris Bruin is in Gulf Shores, Alabama. We'll hear from him coming up. Anytime you have landfall, we also have the risk of severe weather. Tornado watches have have been issued stretching into the Florida Panhandle as well as here across Louisiana for the risk of severe weather. Let's talk more about this because I'm going to bring in our storm specialist, Carl Parker. And Carl, I've been looking at this thing on satellite, quite impressive. It has regained an eye, and this thing is looking very strong moments before landfall.
Yeah, Paul, you know, intensity forecasting is very, very difficult, and this is a case in point. A lot of the modeling indicating that the storm would be leveling out as it approached the northern Gulf Coast, and instead the opposite has occurred. It's gone from 90 miles per hour to now 110, so a very strong Category 2, now just 1 mile per hour shy of being a major hurricane. This is a very serious storm. It's going to be a serious wind maker. It's moving very quickly, and when it comes in, it's going to be fierce, people, and it's going to be moving into New Orleans most likely in about 3 hours or so. Now moving north-northeast at 22 miles per hour, so it's accelerating right now, and by the time it gets up into the vicinity of the Mississippi Gulf Coast, it's probably going to be moving at somewhere closer to 30 miles per hour. And that eye wall is now just about ready to move in. It is not very far at all from moving in. There you see some of the current wind readings. And so the hallmark of this event is going to be a rapid deterioration in conditions. Winds now gusting to 35 in New Orleans, gusting to 50 in Homa, though we haven't seen any change in that observation, so I'm wondering if that station is still reporting gusting to 37 in Buras. But some of the oil platforms offshore showing winds over 90 miles per hour, and that eye wall is where the very worst of that weather is, and I think that that is going to be taking aim on New Orleans. You see the heavier rain that's coming in now. As more of that comes in over the next few hours, that will be stepping up the wind, so winds gusting increasingly into the 40s and the 50s and the 60s there in New Orleans. But as we look at that eye wall, the northern edge of that eye wall is now about 60 miles away from New Orleans, and so on its current speed, that would imply that that northern eye wall is going to be getting into New Orleans inside of 3 hours. And so when that happens, it's already going to be very bad leading up to that moment. But when that eye wall comes in, and it's probably going to be largely intact because you've got a lot of what we call brown ocean in southeast Louisiana, a lot of wetlands, a lot of marshland. It's probably not going to weaken that dramatically after coming on shore in Louisiana. So I think we're going to be in for a really significant wind event in New Orleans. So please, folks, you need to get to your shelters right away. You look at some of the velocity data here. We're seeing winds of 110 miles per hour off the ground, reported by, shown by Doppler radar. And so that area of deep blue, that is just south of Terrebonne Bay and Port Fourchon and Grand Isle. You're going to be seeing much stronger winds in the next 30 minutes to an hour as that eye wall continues to move in. So I want to show you a model forecast showing the wind speeds here, and keep in mind that these model forecasts are not necessarily always exactly right, and because the model is based on perhaps the intensity a little while ago and the intensity has been increasing, it might not be as high as what is actually going to happen. I think we're going to see winds over 75 miles per hour in Grand Isle and possibly in New Orleans as well. Then up and certainly wind gusts over hurricane force. And then into southern Mississippi, I think that is also going to be the case. So I think these values are probably a little low relative to what's been happening with the storm in the last couple of hours. And that strong wind then coming up into Mobile by 9 o'clock tonight. And then by later tonight, things do rapidly improve because the storm is going to be moving so quickly. But look at this. Look at the tropical storm warnings, how far northeast they extend up into North Georgia, into the Carolinas as well. So as we follow those winds, those coming up into Atlanta by tomorrow morning, very early in the morning, before the sun comes up, and there could very well be widespread tree and power line damage. Birmingham, Montgomery, into Atlanta, into North Georgia, into the western part of the Carolinas as well, especially as you get up in higher elevations where winds might gust 40 to 60 miles per hour. In Atlanta, it might be more like 70 to 80 as you get up in higher elevations. And that strong wind, Chris, making its way all the way into Virginia and North Carolina by tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow evening. So this thing is going to be packing a punch much farther inland than almost every one of the previous storms that we've seen this season.
Yeah, it is so strong coming onshore, and it has all that momentum. So, yeah, unexpected, perhaps for a lot of people who aren't paying attention. This is going to be a big punch of wind well inland, state or two, maybe 3 or 4 away from where it makes landfall. Before it makes landfall, all of that wind pushing that Gulf water into Florida, into Alabama, into Mississippi, and of course into Louisiana, including New Orleans, with Lake Pontchartrain also a factor. Here are some of the latest storm surge flooding gauges here. Everything under a foot so far. Some little bit of rises here. This is expected over the next few hours to increase dramatically. In fact, the forecast here shows from the Big Bend of Florida over to the far western part of the Panhandle, 1 to 3. That's what we're talking about, the storm surge, the water above normally high ground. Then you get to 2 to 4, 3 to 5 feet. So getting up to about 5 feet, and then 6 to 9 feet of water getting up over what would normally be dry ground, and that includes the entire coastline here of Mississippi, and some significant flooding also expected. This is the ocean water, the salt water surging on shore, and also taking into account the fact that there's a high tide cycle coming up. So that's what we're looking at here. This is the high tide cycle for Grand Isle, Louisiana. We are going to be watching the low tide change over to high tide from 4:27 to 10:37 with, and keep in mind, with that landfall happening somewhere in here as we approach the high tide, getting closer to that. So keep that in mind as we have already seen these winds picking up and all of these winds pushing that water on shore. So the stronger the winds, the more water that's going to push, and the longer it lasts, the longer the duration of the event. And the extent of it inland as well. The maximum wind potential, so 40 plus. So we're talking anywhere in yellow, tropical storm force winds or even stronger gusts. So this isn't the max. You can still see gusts 50, possibly 60 miles an hour well inland. But again, the stronger gusts here existing all the way up to the Carolinas, mountainous Carolinas. And you get up in elevation, even stronger. And into Virginia, and then eventually off the mid-Atlantic, the eastern seaboard here. But when to expect it? So going into this afternoon, we are in this afternoon going into tonight, the overnight hours after dark for most of Alabama, and then getting into Georgia in the after midnight hours, and then Georgia into the Carolinas from about daybreak into early to mid-morning. And some of these winds are impressive. Gulfport, we could be seeing these winds up to 90 miles an hour. New Orleans also expected to see these winds really pick up. And the city has been spared so far this season, but that is expected to change with Zeta and meteorologist Paul Goodlow is there live in New Orleans. Paul.
Yeah, Chris, again, it's been years since New Orleans has been directly impacted. The closest call from a hurricane was 3 years ago with Hurricane Nate, and that was about 50 miles from here in the city. But this city is not going to escape this. We're already feeling some of the gusty winds, and this is going to be a unique impact. We think about New Orleans being below sea level and vulnerable to flooding and storm surge. That's still an issue. We can still see some areas picking up, 4 or 5 inches of rain here, but the power outages because of these winds. See some of the beautiful palm trees here on Canal Street. They are already whipping right now. Even things in the balconies, they are swaying, and we're barely getting towards tropical storm force wind gusts, but we're going to see that eye wall come through, and maybe even the eye here. So our winds will continue to increase as we head throughout probably 9, 10 o'clock tonight, and then things will, as the rain pulls away, will slowly wind down towards the morning, and then the sun comes out pretty quickly tomorrow. But these winds, power outages will be one of the biggest impacts we'll have here in New Orleans, things that perhaps people haven't dealt with, trees coming down, power coming down, and then that leads to the flood concern, because if you start losing power, you start losing the ability to pump some of this rainwater up and out of the city, which sits below sea level. So that's kind of a side impact. We won't have as much rain in terms of just the rain itself causing flooding. It's the lack of power pumping the rain out. That's one of the biggest concerns we'll have. And people could be out without power for a couple of days. So hopefully they are preparing for this. And the good news is this comes in and comes out. This time tomorrow, perhaps we're just continuing the cleanup with plenty of sunshine overhead, but tonight is the night just to basically settle down and kind of ride this one out in your safe place. But it's not just an impact here. We're going to have impacts all along the Gulf Coast. Let's head to Chris Bruin. He is in Gulf Shores, Alabama. And Chris, Gulf Shores, they're still recovering from what happened with Hurricane Sally. They had massive impacts from the storm surge there.
Yeah, just in 6 weeks is amazing how much progress they've been able to make, Paul. I know you were riding out Sally here in Gulf Shores, but there's still a lot visible from the destruction that Sally caused. So there's debris piles, there's downed trees, there's tarps on roofs, especially when you go inland towards Foley and areas outside of Mobile. So they're going to have to contend with that. And even though we're not going to get the strongest winds here like we're going to see in New Orleans, we are going to see some big impacts. This is a fast-moving storm. It's going to be, enhanced by our front and the jet energy that will get sucked up to it. And that's going to pose problems. And remember, we're on the east side of this. So we got the severe weather potential and also the onshore push, which is what we've been seeing pretty much all morning. The surge will continue. Right now we're seeing water level rise above dry ground anywhere from a half foot to a foot across parts of the coastal Alabama and also the Florida Panhandle, but we expect that to get upwards of 3 to 5 feet, in some cases a little bit higher. I want to pan off in this direction, though, towards Mississippi and also towards New Orleans, and you can certainly see the darkening skies. We've got about a 30-ish mile stretch where it's pretty dry, and then you get into those core bands, and that's when the winds really start to pick up. So we expect the rain to really pick up here around Mobile and coastal Alabama, say in the next 3 to 4 hours, and then tonight is really the night it goes downhill. Carl, we're expecting those power outages, winds anywhere 50, 60, even upwards of 70 miles per hour, and it's something we're going to have to watch for very closely. And then we go inland. By tomorrow morning, Carl, we're looking at winds over hurricane, 60, 70 miles up in Atlanta.
Yeah, it's going to be a really scary time, most likely overnight tonight, early tomorrow morning, even into tomorrow afternoon. And I want to show you the power outage forecast because these impacts extending well inland as the storm will be accelerating. Talking about widespread power outages, obviously from New Orleans up to Mobile and in southern Mississippi, but then into Montgomery, maybe into Birmingham. That's going to be overnight tonight, into Atlanta in the very early morning hours. A lot of the trees still have many of their leaves. It has not been that cold in the southeast, and so there are many, many trees that are fully leafed at this point, or nearly so, and that's going to catch a lot more wind. It's going to make those trees come down a lot more easily. So widespread power outages all the way up into the mountains there. And another thing to consider is that if you're at elevation in North Georgia, in western North Carolina, western South Carolina, certainly that too is going to be a factor. The winds are going to be even stronger, where in the lower elevations, winds might be 50, 60 miles per hour. Up in the mountains, they could be 70 to 80 miles per hour on the high end. And we're going to see those power outages all the way up into Virginia and also into South Carolina. All of this because there's a very powerful jet stream. It's going to capture the storm and whisk it off to the northeast. And so looking at the forecast, the wind gust forecast, you see those strong winds moving into Montgomery. That is 2 o'clock in the morning there. Then into Atlanta, 5 o'clock in the morning. Could very well be a really difficult drive into work. If you can delay that, that would be helpful. Then into the middle of the day, Charlotte, as well as Asheville, and then Raleigh, North Carolina in the early afternoon. So you see this thing is just racing along. And by this time tomorrow, we expect that it's going to be up into Tidewater, Virginia, and the eastern part of North Carolina, still producing potential for power outages and tree damage. And our team coverage on this very dangerous Category 2 storm continuing in a moment.
Cinnamon Sweet Apple Jacks, classic Kellogg's Corn Flakes, and the crispy crunch of Corn Pops. Everyone's got their favorite, or maybe a few of them. Kellogg's, eat what you like.
Meet the new DQ Loaded A1 Steakhouse Burger, stacked with thick-cut bacon, crunchy onion rings, and 2 premium steak sauces. A1 thick and hearty steak sauce and a creamy peppercorn sauce. This is one burger that needs 2 hands. DQ, happy tastes good.
What are you doing?
Art class.
It's abstract expressionism.
When you start with a better hot dog from Oscar Mayer, you can do no wrong. It's all for the love of hot dogs.
Daryl's family uses Gain Flings now, so their laundry smells more amazing than ever.
Isn't that the dog's towel?
Hey, me towel, Sue towel. More Gain scent plus Oxy Boost and Febreze in every Gain Fling.
Our 12-step process provides 100% pure quality water.
Now try Nestle Pure Life Plus, water enhanced with minerals and a splash of flavor.
only Dish has the Hopper, TV's most powerful DVR.
Look who's here!
It holds up to 2,000 hours, so you can store season after season of your favorite shows for as long as you need them.
You waited.
I got all the seasons. No way.
Record up to 2,000 hours of the shows that bring you together with Dish, tuned in to you.
Hey, Tracy, can't hear you over this flaming hot crunch. Oh, crispy, airy, tasty poppables. Stacks. I'm totally tubular.
Lay's, a little joy with every bag.
Insulin injections can make diabetes complicated. Meet Omnipod. It delivers insulin through a tubeless pod. Just one small pod replaces up to 14 injections. And today, you can get started with the free 30-day Omnipod Dash trial at Omnipod.com. No more daily injections. It's game-changing. Get started with a free 30-day Omnipod Dash trial today. Go to Omnipod.com for risk information, instructions for use, and free trial terms and conditions. Consult your healthcare provider before starting on Omnipod. Simplify diabetes. Simplified life. Omnipod.
Do you have cold weather and hard work? Try O'Keefe's Working Hands. It's America's #1 selling hand cream for guaranteed relief for extremely dry, cracked hands. Also available in O'Keefe's Lip Repair. America's #1 selling hand cream for guaranteed relief for extremely dry, cracked hands. Also available in O'Keefe's Lip Repair. Extremely dry, cracked lips.
At Cracker Barrel, we're cooking up warm feelings of home. Our country fried turkey is back for the holidays. And this season, we're also serving it along with our
line, you can too. Don't miss the deadline. Call
570 now. You 570 now.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network,
We've got a severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
the Weather Channel.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel. We are tracking Hurricane Zeta, which is moments from making landfall on the Louisiana coast, the 11th hurricane and tropical system to make landfall here in the U.S. Looking live in Leeville, Louisiana. This is the road to Grand Isle, and you can see that water getting closer and closer to covering the road. That's why people were urged to evacuate with the mandatory evacuation there. Some people are probably still trying to ride that out there, but you cannot safely get there to and from there because the winds and the water continue to increase. And that's one of the biggest concerns we have here is the storm surge and the winds. This is a unique threat that we haven't faced in a long time here in New Orleans and Louisiana, southeast Louisiana, as direct landfall of a hurricane. Right now, Hurricane Zeta is a Category 2 hurricane. The sustained winds are at 110 miles per hour, and we're getting closer and closer to that center point here in New Orleans. I'm on Canal Street here, where we got plenty of palm trees. You can see them swaying. The light posts are swaying as well, and we are still a couple of hours away from the strongest winds, which are wrapped up in that center eye wall of Zeta, which is forecast to come basically right over New Orleans. If it misses, it might miss by a mile or two just off to the east, which means we're going to be in that eye wall the entire duration, which is, I don't know if it's even any better than having a little respite from the center of the storm coming on through there. But wind as well as rain, some of the biggest impacts, and power outages. See everything kind of blowing in the wind here, and we're going to see these winds perhaps double or triple or quadruple in speed. Last check, we're talking about winds gusting 35 miles per hour at the airport. So to see 110 mile per hour wind gusts certainly on the table, even here in New Orleans, that will cause concerns, that will cause power outages, and perhaps even structural damage. The good news is it comes in, comes out, the winds start to die down even by midnight, but still breezy throughout Thursday, but at least we'll start drying out and have the sun return. But we're going to be in the thick of this for the rest of the evening. I guess the only upside, Carl, is we're going to be dealing with some of this and some of the strongest winds while the sun is still up this evening, so maybe we can see any damage that could be coming our way. But it's going to be a long evening here in the Crescent City. Carl?
Yeah, good point, Paul. And you're right, now just probably a few hours away, that northern eye wall is now coming into the southern part of the state, and we're going to take a look at that on radar. So once again, this is a strong Category 2, just a shade away from being a Category 3 or a major hurricane, now moving north-northeast at 22 miles per hour. So it continues to accelerate, and that northern eye wall is beginning to move into Terrebonne Bay right now. The winds gusting most recently to 48 miles per hour in Homa, though I'll tell you that observation has not changed for a while now, so I'm wondering if that instrumentation has been damaged. Now gusting to 33 miles per hour in New Orleans, and so we're going to see it really stepping up as more of this banding comes in. You see that yellow color right there. As more of that comes up into New Orleans, the winds will be stepping up over the next couple of hours into the 40s, into the 50s, into the 60s. And then eventually that eye wall, it looks like that eye wall is going to be taking aim on New Orleans, and now less than 60 miles away. So probably somewhere between 2 to 3 hours from now is when the very worst of the weather is going to come into New Orleans. And, you know, keep in mind that unlike in a lot of cases where you have a landfalling hurricane, it begins to weaken because it's over land. In this case, you know, land in southeast Louisiana is not really land, as you know. It's a lot of marshland, and so that's going to allow the storm to stay a little bit stronger, a little bit longer. So I think this is going to be a significant wind event for New Orleans. And here, by the way, look at that velocity right there. Wow, that is 140 mile per hour wind. Now, that's off the ground. That's several thousand feet up in the air, but still, you know, a significant fraction of that can be transferred down to the ground. So that's easily over 100 mile per hour wind that's occurring at the surface. And that deep blue color right now is just about on top of Port Fourchon and not far away from Grand Isle. Things are going to get much, much worse there in very short order. And so looking at the model forecast, and I'll tell you, I do think that this model is probably not aggressive enough going through the next couple of hours here. We see exceptionally strong wind coming into New Orleans. I think they could easily be gusting over 75 miles per hour in Grand Isle as well as New Orleans. Same story there in Gulfport and Biloxi. Then we do see winds over 75 in Gulfport going into 8 o'clock tonight, and that wind coming up into Mobile by the time we get into 9 o'clock tonight. So, Paul, you know, hopefully everybody is listening there in New Orleans, because we're going to see a rapid decline in conditions in New Orleans over the next few hours.
Yeah, we certainly will here. And again, it's not just here in downtown the business district. We have all types of neighborhoods, beautiful trees. That wind will be an issue. But also on the north side of town, we have Lake Pontchartrain. We have a storm path camera up there at the New Canal Lighthouse, and you can see the wave action already on the lake here. So the West End neighborhoods, areas outside the Levee Protection District, are definitely vulnerable to that storm surge. and also the wind, the wave action, the wind just physically pushing that water on the south and west side of the lake. So it's a big concern for just the winds blowing that water as well as the storm surge coming in as well. The timing here in New Orleans is basically now through about 10 or 11 o'clock will be the worst of it, and perhaps that center coming through between 7 and 9 p.m. And heavy rain along these winds. If you have trees around, you could be losing them in power tonight.
As president, the first step I will take will be to get control of the virus that has ruined so many lives.
What would Joe Biden do to beat COVID? Double testing sites so we can safely reopen. Manufacture PPE here in America. Restore the White House Pandemic Office. Save the Affordable Care Act and protections for pre-existing conditions.
This is not a partisan moment. This must be an American moment.
FFPAC is responsible for the content of this ad.
Stay tuned to get a free pan from Granite Stone. Stuck on eggs, burnt on batter. You can scrub and scrape, but you can't escape the nightmare of your sticky pans. Introducing the Granite Stone Pan, the all-new durable non-stick pan. No butter or oil needed. Watch, we melted down these sticky candies in Granite Stone, and it just doesn't stick. We cooked a half a dozen eggs, bacon, cheese, and tomato breakfast with no butter or oil, and it just doesn't stick. Look, caramels, chocolate, and cheese. Unreal for any other pan, but not for Granite Stone. It just doesn't stick. Granite Stone will be the last pan you'll ever need because it's pressed from a solid aluminum disc for even heat conduction. Then coated 3 times with our durable Granite Stone finish. Granite Stone is metal utensil safe and won't scratch. And talk about non-stick. This salmon cooked skin side down with no added butter or oil just doesn't stick. This steak is perfectly seared just like the pros. And because Granite Stone is oven rated to 500 degrees, we bake this upside down pan pizza to perfection, and it just doesn't stick. Fire Flambe Delicious Cherries Jubilee. Plus, it's PFOA free and 100% dishwasher safe. Call or go online to get your Granite Stone pan for the special TV discount price of just $19.99. Granite Stone is so durable it comes with a 10-year warranty. And with every order, you're going to get a Granite Stone single-serve egg pan absolutely free. It's the perfect size for personalized eggs, omelets, or frittatas that slide right out. It makes the best bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich quick. Yours absolutely free. We'll even ship your entire order free. That's right, free shipping. You get it all, an incredible value. Here's how to order.
To order, call 1-800-549-2614. That's 1-800-549-2614, or order online at buygranitestone.com. That's 1-800-549-2614. Call now.
Hi, folks. Joe Namath here, and if you're on Medicare, today is one of the only days of this year you can update your coverage and benefits. Before the deadline, you're entitled to eliminate copays and get dental, prescriptions, transportation, and meals at no additional cost. Plus, your zip code may have coverage with the Give Back benefit that adds money back to your Social Security check every month.
I called to get dental, transportation, meals, and the Give Back benefit. They helped me so much.
With this virus situation, I called to get everything I'm entitled to. I couldn't believe I was missing out on so many benefits.
With the uncertainty of the virus, you need to get everything you're entitled to. Millions of people have trusted the Medicare Coverage Helpline. You can too. Don't miss the deadline. Call now. It's free.
Call 1-800-346-4800. That's 1-800-346-4800 now.
Did you know you can go to libertymutual.com to customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need?
Really? I just... Okay, I'm on vibration.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hurricane Zeta making a beeline for the Gulf Coast at a rapid pace.
No matter how fatigued we all are, it does not reduce the threat coming at us.
We need folks to prepare now, get the supplies that we need, make a plan, stay safe, stay home.
Welcome back to Weather Channel. We are tracking Hurricane Zeta making landfall as we speak. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodall live along Canal Street here in New Orleans, where the rain has been coming down all day long and the winds now really starting to whip. Latest report, 35-mile-per-hour wind gusts, but we're getting some consistent wind gusts well over 30 miles per hour, and those will continue to increase as Zeta continues to move onshore and most likely move right over portions of the city of New Orleans. We have not been directly hit by a hurricane in a long time. The closest within 50 miles was 3 years ago with Hurricane Nate, a far weaker storm than now Category 2 Hurricane Zeta here. One of the biggest threats you think with New Orleans is flooding. Of course, that's an issue with storm surge, but it's now going to be the wind. A Category 2 hurricane making landfall brings a whole other set of threats here into the city with the gusty winds. Here, Canal Street, one of the widest streets in the country. You got some palm trees here, which are taking a beating right now, but the winds easily going to double, if not triple. And there are a lot of more narrow streets here, beautiful homes, beautiful tree-lined streets, trees coming down, power coming down. I think the power outages and the wind damage is going to be probably the biggest calling card Zeta will bring. And again, Chris, he'll be bringing that for the rest of today, probably up until late tonight, closing in at midnight before things will slowly start to wind down. But the breeze will stay even into tomorrow, which could hamper and delay even restoring power to the close to 400,000 people who call New Orleans and the city of New Orleans home. Chris?
And Paul, right now, as Hurricane Zeta makes its way closer to land, a powerful storm, here's what we know at the Weather Channel. 20 million people in the cone of Hurricane Zeta. Louisiana Governor John Bel Edwards says 1,500 National Guardsmen have been activated to respond to Zeta. Texas Governor Greg Abbott has also deployed resources to help Louisiana, and Alabama Governor Kay Ivey is urging residents to prepare now and stay off the roads tonight. And it is now just a matter of time now, not a lot of time left before this storm in earnest starts to pound New Orleans. And then from there, it will be making its way inland all the way up to the mid-Atlantic. Let's go to storm specialist Carl Parker right now, who's in the lab. And Carl, it's just a matter of time now. Not much time left to prepare at all.
No, there's not. And as a matter of fact, that northern eyewall is now coming into Terrebonne Bay and surrounding areas, and it's not very far away from New Orleans. You look at the structure of this thing, I do think there is some drier air coming in on the south side, so there's not as much eyewall there in the south side. It might pretty much be about the northern eyewall in terms of the worst of the effects of the storm. The worst wind from this storm may be triggered by that northern eyewall. And you notice here the wind's now gusting to 32 in New Orleans, so there's a very sharp gradient. Things are going to go downhill really quickly over the next few hours. And most recently, winds reported to 50 in Homa, though I haven't seen that observation change, so I suspect that we may have some problem with the instrumentation there. But you look at the northern eyewall, and it's now about 50 miles south of New Orleans, and the storm is moving at 22 miles per hour and likely accelerating. So now probably around 2 hours, maybe a touch longer than that, before that northern eyewall comes into New Orleans. And that is where the very worst of the weather is going to be. Not that it won't be bad preceding that, it will. Winds will be gusting into the 40s and increasingly into the 50s and the 60s. But as that northern eyewall comes into New Orleans, we're going to see winds gusting over hurricane force, and probably not only some trees down and power lines down, but probably some structural damage as well. So this is not very far away at all, folks. You are basically out of time there in New Orleans. Now, here you see the worst of the wind showing up in Doppler velocities. That's 120 miles per hour. That's off the ground, so that's not actually what's happening down at the surface, but a significant fraction of that is. So very easily 100-plus mile per hour wind now coming towards Port Fourchon there just moments away, and coming up towards Grand Isle as well. It's going to be really tough in parts of Terrebonne and Fourchon and also Plaquemines parishes. Right now we're not seeing significant water level rises, but I think that is going to change really dramatically as the storm is coming in, particularly in areas in eastern Louisiana and southern Mississippi. Up to 9 feet of surge expected along the Mississippi Gulf Coast. And we'll have much more on this dangerous storm coming up in a moment.
This year, Walmart's turning Black Friday into deals for days. Starting Wednesday, November 4th, score deals like an $88 42-inch on Roku TV and get them at our new deals pickup. Let's end the year saving bigger.
Okay, Limu, you said it. Then as I spike it, I'll tell them how Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance, so they only pay for what they need. Got it? Did you get that? Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Attention everyone on Medicare. Did you know that right now is the annual enrollment period for all Medicare recipients? Everyone on Medicare is encouraged to call 800-806-0342 now for your free, no obligation Medicare benefits review. Now is the time during the Medicare annual enrollment period to see if you are eligible to save money and get additional benefits at little to no additional cost. You don't get these savings or additional benefits automatically, so make sure you call now during the Medicare annual enrollment period to make sure you are getting all the benefits you deserve. If you're not sure you're on the best plan for you, just call the number on your screen now for your free, no obligation Medicare benefits review. Call before the December 7th deadline. You may be able to save money and receive additional benefits. You may also be eligible for a plan that includes additional benefits like home prescription delivery and expanded at-home telehealth visits. Just call 800-806-0342 now to find out if you're eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan that includes additional benefits like free hearing aids, free eyeglasses, free meal delivery, and free rides to medical appointments. You may also be eligible for $0 monthly premiums, $0 deductibles, or $0 copays. Just call the toll-free number on your screen now to see if you qualify for additional benefits, including dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drugs. There is no obligation to enroll. The call and Medicare benefits review are absolutely free. If you're not sure if you're on the best plan for you, just call the number on your screen now for your free, no obligation Medicare benefits review. You don't get these savings and additional benefits automatically, so call before the December 7th deadline. You may be able to save money and receive additional benefits. Call 800-806-0342. 800-806-0342.
Today, your information is more exposed than ever. When you shop, bank, or browse online, you're vulnerable to cyber criminals. More threats demand more protection. That's why Norton and LifeLock are now one, combining device security, VPN for online privacy, and LifeLock identity theft protection, backed by $1 million protection package. Get all-in-one protection on Norton.com.
After 80 years, we've made it the longest lasting. But only you can make a moment last forever. We make it so you can go anywhere and do anything. But only you can chase freedom. Because the truth is, we don't make Jeep. You do.
Get 0% financing for 72 months, plus no monthly payments for 90 days on select 2020 Jeep Grand Cherokee models.
Pattern is dedicated to everyone who seeks to explore the world in new ways, share in its challenges and triumphs, and celebrate its most amazing moments. So join us on our mission to be informed and inspired. Pattern, available on your favorite platforms.
And welcome back into the Weather Channel's continuing live coverage here of Hurricane Zeta. By the way, 6 miles per hour from becoming a major hurricane. So we got to watch this very closely. Things are going downhill quickly in Louisiana right now. New Orleans, we'll check back in with Paul here shortly. We're in Gulf Shores, Alabama. We're going to be getting impacts. Now, we're dry at the moment, but winds have noticeably picked up. I want to show you the palm trees. There's not many at Gulf State Park here right on the beach. Some of them were even taken out by Hurricane Sally 6 weeks ago, but notice the stiff breeze that's coming in, and notice how it's an onshore push. So we will have water rise. Right now it hasn't been too bad, and the difference between high and low tide is manageable. So the fact that this is coming in low tide doesn't mean a whole lot because the difference between the tides are only about a foot. But hey, a foot will be helpful, especially with this coming in the bulk at low tide for the most part. But waves, they're high, they're choppy, and they will get higher, all right? And we're going to see a lot of this water likely come well inland and at least get up to the dunes. And these poor beaches here in the northern Gulf Coast have taken their fair share of beatings this season. Man, it has been exhausting. This is the 8th storm to impact the U.S. and just incredible just to think about how close some of these areas have been with Sally making landfall 6 weeks ago, and then, of course, Lake Charles, Laura, and Delta. Now, as far as the forecast goes for here, we know rainfall will be minimal. We're looking at anywhere from 1 to 3 inches, but it's going to be a 4 to 5 hour period where we are going to have winds 40, 50, even upwards of 60 miles per hour. That will likely happen by dinner time tonight. So try and keep off the roads, traveling. Of course, many bridges here, Mobile and around southern Alabama, they're going to be likely very difficult, if not impassable, to travel at times, Carl, given the high winds and how quickly the weather will change. You may be driving and then all of a sudden, boom, a washout of a rainstorm and those winds that are going to take people by surprise. So now's the time to get inside, especially if you haven't already, as the weather will quickly go downhill.
Yeah, one of the important hallmarks of this storm, Chris, things stepping up very, very quickly. And in fact, we're seeing that now in southern Louisiana. Looking at the radar picture and the eye wall, that northern eye wall is coming on shore near Terrebonne Bay and also Lafourche Parish there. In fact, it may be getting close to making landfall. There are some barrier islands on the south side of Terrebonne Bay. So whether or not it officially makes landfall on one of those islands remains to be seen, but it's getting very close to doing that. And that very strong wind coming towards Port Fourchon, I think mostly an industrial area, but Grand Isle most recently reporting winds gusting to 87 miles per hour, and that's just outside of that eye wall, and that is what is coming for New Orleans. Right now, the wind's only gusting to 32 in New Orleans, 48 in Houma, though I tell you, we haven't gotten any update on that observation, so I think that instrument may be down at this point. But there you see that northern eye wall. That's the very most dangerous part of the storm, which is not to say that the weather ahead of that is not going to be dangerous. It is. We're going to see winds gusting 40, 50, 60, 70 miles per hour in those bands that are coming through New Orleans. That'll be stepping up as you get closer to the core of the storm, but it's that core of the storm where we're going to find the very strongest of winds. And again, in Grand Isle, which is now just outside of that eye wall, right in there, winds just gusting to 87 miles per hour. They're not even into the actual eye wall yet, and already gusting to nearly 90 miles per hour. So that is indicative of what is coming. Storm now moving at 22 miles per hour. So that suggests that 2 hours, maybe a little bit longer than that, is when we start to see a really rapid increase in wind. Again, it's going to be stronger prior to that. It's going to come up gradually in over the next few hours in that sense. But certainly as the eye wall comes in, that's where the very worst of the weather is going to be. And you can see that clearly on the Doppler here. You can see that dark coloring that is now coming up and towards Grand Isle and will be making its way towards New Orleans. Now, in the longer term, there's a really strong jet stream, and it's going to grab this thing, and it's going to race off to the northeast. So it's not going to have time to weaken as it's brought well inland, and that's why tropical storm warnings are now in effect in Alabama and North Georgia, and also into North and South Carolina. Here you see the wind gust forecast into Montgomery there overnight, and Chris, into Atlanta in the morning. Still a lot of trees, a lot of leaves on the trees, and that could well mean a lot of trees coming down and power outages as well.
Yeah, and this is over a huge metropolitan area that we're talking about here, so likely some major disruptions tomorrow, whether it is just trying to get around, how dangerous it's going to be with all the trees around. So when you walk out the front door before you go to bed tonight, try to look around and see what could come down, because that's a real possibility tonight. And if you have to, sleep on the lowest level of your home, away from where any trees may come down. And you can see how quickly this is moving. It's going to be coming on shore. It's already strong, and it's not going to essentially have a lot of time to weaken. When you're talking from right here, this evening to tomorrow morning, sunrise, it'll be working out of Georgia through parts of Tennessee and the Carolinas. So some of the more specific timing with this, as we see 8, 9, 10 o'clock, here's some of that heavier rain. Now several counties away from the coast. Midnight, this is clearing out. It's still going to be pretty nasty, but clearing out as far as the rain goes. Mobile, Biloxi, Gulfport, and the heaviest or the strongest of the winds will continue to pick up as this storm goes inland. So heads up, it's going to be a long night with a very fast-moving storm. Hurricane Zeta. Of course, we have team coverage.
Eat the new DQ Loaded A1 Steakhouse Burger, stacked with thick-cut bacon, crunchy onion rings, and 2 premium steak sauces. A1 thick and hearty steak sauce and a creamy peppercorn sauce. This is one burger that needs 2 hands. DQ, happy tastes good.
So you didn't get the credit card you wanted. Cheer up.
I got denied. There's nothing I can do.
You're wrong, Tom. You can get a therapy companion.
Well, like a dog?
No.
Cat?
No, a cow. An Experian Boost cow.
Oh yeah, you can raise your credit scores instantly with Experian.
It worked. There's that cashback card I want right there.
Boost your credit scores instantly, free with
Experian!
Download the Experian app now.
Attention! Are you on Medicaid or Medicare? The U.S. government recently announced that 12.2 million citizens are eligible for additional benefits beyond what they receive from original Medicare or Medicaid. These additional benefits include up to $1,000 of dental credit, up to $1,200 to spend at your local pharmacy, up to $144 added back to your Social Security check every month. To see if you qualify, call Go Medicare today at 800-932-2698. Again, if you have Medicare or Medicaid, you may be one of over 12 million citizens eligible for additional benefits, including up to $1,000 of dental credit, up to $1,200 to spend at your local pharmacy, up to $144 added back to your Social Security check every month. To see if you qualify, call the Go Medicare Benefits Help Center at 800-932-2698. Both the call and the consultation are 100% free with no obligation to enroll in anything. Call today, 800-932-2698.
Starbucks Creamer, a new non-dairy Starbucks Creamer. It's smooth. It's creamy. So creamy. It's Starbucks Caramel Macchiato at home. So good. This changes everything. Starbucks Creamer.
When your V-neck looks more like a U-neck, that's when you know it's half-washed. Downy helps prevent stretching by conditioning fibers so clothes look newer, longer. Downy, and it's done.
This is a payday bar, and there's only one thing you need to know about it. It has a truckload of peanuts surrounding sweet caramel. I mean, holy, look at all those peanuts. Best part is it helps you get through your day. Payday. Get to it.
Attention, anyone on Medicare. The Medicare annual enrollment period is now open. You may now be eligible for additional Medicare-approved benefits, including free hearing aids, free eyeglasses, and free home prescription delivery.
We've been hearing about newer plans with additional benefits and want to make sure that we're getting all the benefits we're entitled to.
You could be eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan with no copays, no deductibles, and no monthly premiums. That's no, as in zero.
Is it true that you don't automatically get new additional benefits?
That's right. Call now to instantly find out if you're eligible for a plan that includes additional benefits. You don't get these automatically, so call for your free no-obligation review. Just call 800-576-4499 now, before the deadline, to find out if you're eligible for additional benefits. There is no obligation to enroll. The call and Medicare benefits review are absolutely free. Call 800-576-4499. That's 800-576-4499.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Of this very dangerous storm, now as strong a Category 2 hurricane with winds of 110 miles per hour, now coming onshore in southeast Louisiana. We recently got a report of winds gusting to 87 miles per hour in Grand Isle as that eye wall is just about now moving in. The eye itself coming into Terrebonne Bay and Terrebonne and Lafourche parishes, and now not very far away at all from New Orleans, probably between 2 and 3 hours before that eye wall comes in, which is not to say that the weather is going to be fine prior to that. It's going to be getting progressively worse. Winds most recently gusting up to about 35 miles per hour in the high end. But over the next couple of hours, you'll see wind gusts in the 40s, and then the 50s, and then the 60s, and the 70s. And then as that eye wall comes in, then it's going to get a whole lot worse, most likely. And I think we're going to see widespread winds of hurricane force there in the New Orleans area. There you see the current winds gusting to 33, 31 miles per hour. But there is that eye wall now about the northern end of that eye wall, about 50 miles to the south of New Orleans, and the storm is moving at 22 miles per hour, so that would bring it in, again, between 2 and 3 hours. And here you see in Grand Isle, that deep blue color, that's the eye wall showing you where very, very strong wind has been coming in there. Now, in the longer term, there's a very strong jet stream, and that's going to grab this thing and rapidly take it off to the north. So as it's being whisked off to the northeast, it's not going to be weakening that quickly relative to that fast forward speed. It will be a tropical storm as it comes up into Alabama and Georgia and the Carolinas. So we expect to see widespread power outages in Alabama and North Georgia, as well as into potentially parts of the Carolinas. Keep in mind that a lot of the trees still have a lot of leaves on them, so they're going to be catching the wind more easily. That's going to bring down branches. It's going to bring down entire trees, and power outages are going to be a pretty good possibility starting overnight tonight, really starting now, of course, right where the system is coming onshore, but then well inland overnight tonight as that wind field, that area of strong wind gusts comes up into south central Alabama, so Montgomery and Birmingham getting in on that exceptionally strong wind. That then moving into Atlanta in the very early morning hours and continuing through, say, sunup and the morning rush. So if you can delay your start tomorrow, that would be the best policy because, again, there could be trees down in many areas. And then that strong wind will come over into North and South Carolina, going through the middle of the day tomorrow. Charlotte, seeing that, the triad there, as well as into Raleigh in the early afternoon. And then even tomorrow afternoon, so just 24 hours from now, we watch that strong wind coming into southeast Virginia as well as into eastern parts of North Carolina. So a significant threat well inland, and that's why the tropical storm warnings are now in effect across parts of Alabama and North Georgia and also into North and South Carolina. The storm not performing precisely as had been forecast. We do see winds now of 110 miles per hour, Category 2 hurricane, and so a significant wind threat coming towards New Orleans. We want to get out to Paul Goodlow. He is in New Orleans right now. And Paul, I think things really stepping up over the next couple of hours and probably in about two and a half hours.
Definitely. In fact, but the last, say, half hour, Carl, we've seen the wind increasing here as well as the rain as well. And the strongest winds are also wrapped up in some of the heaviest rain, which are getting basically now for the next 2.5 hours. We're going through weather that will continue to get increasingly bad. Stronger winds, heavier rain coming on through here, and then we get to the eye wall, which would probably be the worst of Hurricane Zeta. So if you're in the area, wherever you are, you need to stay put because things will continue to go downhill as we're seeing these strong easterly winds coming on through here. It continues to give us a lot of heavy rain and the strongest winds. Again, winds gusting 30, 40, 50 miles per hour will continue through the next hour, and then after that we start getting 60, 70, maybe 80 to 100 mile per hour wind gusts. Again, this is a Category 2 hurricane we're dealing with here with Hurricane Zeta. It continues to be a huge concern. We have not had that type of impact here with a tropical system in years in terms of direct landfall. People associate New Orleans with that flood threat, which is still a threat, but it's now wind will be the biggest impact here and probably power outages with Hurricane Zeta as we head throughout the rest of this evening.
All right, Paul, thank you so much. And once again, the storm just about now making landfall in southeast Louisiana, and we expect the very worst of the wind to come into New Orleans in about 2 hours. Conditions going downhill throughout the next 2 hours. We are going to continue our coverage of this very dangerous storm for Louisiana and much of the southeast. That'll be coming up in just a few minutes. Stay with us.
So, you said only we at Left Twix could put cookies and cream in Twix? This is a right Twix.
Excuse me.
Twix, cookies and cream. Oh no, you hate coming home to a dark house, and you're uptight about noises outside in the night. Outdoor lighting systems cost a fortune, and leaving lights on all night drives utility bills out of sight. You need the Bell & Howell Bionic Spotlight, the outdoor motion sensor light that is motion activated, so it automatically turns on the instant motion is detected and turns off when the motion stops. Bionic Spotlight is solar powered, so there's no expensive wiring or batteries to change. Simply place it where the solar panel can soak up the sun, and you're done. The panel collects the sun's energy to charge all day, so it has the power to provide light when and where you need it all night. Bionic Spotlight looks just like a professional security camera that is actually a high-tech security light with smart motion sensing technology. Look, the instant the motion sensor detects movement, Bionic Spotlight triggers 8 high-intensity LED lights that shower the entire area with light, covering over 600 square feet. The light stays on for as long as the motion continues, and then shuts off 30 seconds after it stops, so there's no more arriving home to a dark house. Illuminate walkways and stairwells for visitors and guests. Light up your garden at night or the yard for kids and pets. Add Bionic Spotlight to your sports court and to help secure outbuildings and storage sheds. So you can spend hundreds of dollars on an outdoor lighting system, or you can save hundreds of dollars and get the motion-activated Bionic Spotlight for just $19.95 with free shipping. Bionic Spotlight is year-round outdoor durable and weather-resistant and backed by our 5-year warranty. And if it fails for any reason, return it for a full refund. But wait, if you order right now, you can double the offer and get a second Bionic Spotlight. Just pay a separate fee. You get it all. 2 Bionic Spotlights backed by our 5-year warranty for one low-value price. And the shipping is free. And when you call, ask about the contractor's discount on the complete 6-light home value set. Bionic Spotlight is all you need. It's guaranteed. Here's how to order.
To order, call 1-800-3138-148. That's 1-800-3138-148, or order online at BionicSpotlight.com.
At Physicians Mutual, we know that planning for retirement can feel scary.
I see you're about to turn 65.
You know what that means. Medicare.
It doesn't cover dental. What high bills you'll have.
Actually, we're getting a Physicians Mutual.
Oh, great. She'll be covered.
Retire with confidence. We'll listen and find you the coverage you need.
Physicians Mutual, Physicians Mutual.
Here's to the experiences we create, the moments we share, wherever we are. San Pellegrino. Enhance your moments.
He coddled the communists, sided with socialists. Now, Joe Biden is lying. He will raise taxes on the middle class, and his liberal agenda will cost millions of jobs. Because he's a career politician, past his prime, too weak to rebuild our nation. But we won't let him. We will build a better future, with courage, with strength, because we are America, and Donald Trump is our president. America First Action is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Welcome in, everyone. You are taking a live look at New Orleans, Louisiana. Hurricane Zeta expected to make landfall imminently. It's now pushing its way along the coastline of Louisiana. Strong Category 2 hurricane, the 5th named storm to make landfall in Louisiana this year. We've got live team coverage for you tonight, showing you everything you need to know about this hurricane. As it is strengthened throughout the day, it has rapidly intensified, poses a very serious threat to the northern Gulf Coast as well as much of the southeast, where we're expecting extensive power outages that may extend all the way into the Carolinas and beyond. Again, you can see what it looks like over New Orleans right now, where the skies are dark, the winds are starting to pick up, and we are looking at a very serious threat. We've gotten a new advisory in from the National Hurricane Center. Winds are still very intense, 110 miles per hour, almost on the precipice of being a major hurricane, Category 3, with the highest intensity of Category 2 that you can be at. Pressure has dropped a little bit still at 970 millibars, so even right up to landfall, this thing has been intensifying. There's another look at New Orleans. You can see that the signs on the buildings here are starting to flap and come undone just a little bit here. You can see how the palms are starting to sway just a little bit. The rain's going to pick up in intensity here as the northern eye wall likely to slam us here in New Orleans. People, you're urged right now to remain off the streets, to hunker down right now and ride this storm out. It's not going to be a long-lived event. The storm's moving very quickly at 24 At the Torcon, a Torcon of 3 here along the northern Gulf Coast that goes through tonight. I prepared for that. Away from windows, just get to your safe spot. There's a look at the Torcon, a Torcon of 3 here along the northern Gulf Coast that goes through tonight, gusting to hurricane force in New Orleans, if not higher. Up to Hattiesburg, 75-mile-per-hour winds are possible for us here. There sits the system just off of Gulfport here at about 8 o'clock tonight, at 9 o'clock between Hattiesburg and Gulfport, and then right along the Alabama-Mississippi state line around 11 o'clock tonight before racing through Alabama, and the winds become a lot calmer, although still breezy, through Thursday morning. Let's get you back to Mississippi and Bay St. Louis with our Justin Michaels there. Justin, just show the timing where we could be looking at that center of circulation very close to you, maybe about 3 to 4 hours from now.
And that is not welcome news here in Bay St. Louis. I can tell you, Hancock County is thrilled that people here have truly heeded the warnings. Many people have done the evacuations they were requested, and that's good news. People have put things away, taken down Halloween ornaments and decorations, done what they needed to do ahead of this storm. Last-minute preparations ended just about an hour or 2 hours ago. In fact, we saw people in this marina trying to batten down the hatches quite literally on some of these boats. The storm surge is going to be something that might be the big story here in Bay St. Louis and along coastal Mississippi. And you can see that storm surge is coming up at the end of this pier. You should be able to fuel your boats here. You can see those signs are almost fully covered, about a foot more rise, and then they're going to be fully covered, and so is this dock. Follow me this way. Matt Schaefer behind the lens. He's going to stay over there a little bit. But to give you an idea, with 3 to 5 feet of storm surge, this dock will be underwater. 5 to 8 feet of storm surge, and this dock will be underwater, and that also means some of the parking areas are also going to be underwater. The good news is the 6 to 9 feet of storm surge that is possible shouldn't be too much of an issue beyond maybe right about here. But just think about that. Could we see in just a few hours, as Zeta is pushing through, could we see all of this underwater? That is the expectation. And remember, storm surge is water above normally dry ground. Though this isn't ground, you have to believe that a dock should be dry, and this is a good example of that. I'm sorry, say that again, Mike Jenkins? 1 minute, very good. So, guys, to give you some perspective on where we are and where the storm is going to come from, that is southeast, okay? So the wind and the rain and everything's going to be blowing on us right there. Remember, we're on the eastern side of the storm, where Paul Goodloe is, and New Orleans is basically back behind me, okay? So the storm is going to be coming right over us this way and whipping around those easterly winds coming in from the Gulf of Mexico, the Mississippi Sound, and of course going right over Bay of St. Louis. So now's the time to make sure, as you're watching us before the power goes out, and of course power outages are expected, make sure you have your plan, make sure you have your food, make sure you have your flashlights and not your candles. Flashlights should be your first stop when the power goes out, and make sure you have your safe place identified. And remember, on the eastern side of the storm, severe weather, tornadic activity is certainly possible. It's going to get dangerous here over the next few hours. The Weather Channel is tracking Zeta all night.
With the Capital One Venture Card, you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase every day.
Objection! My credit card doesn't earn double miles on every purchase.
I object to your objection. With the Capital One Venture Card, you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase.
Order.
And may it please the court, earn 100,000 bonus miles when you spend $20,000 in your first year.
I'll allow it.
No further questions, Your Honor. Well, just one. What's in your wallet?
DiGiorno has 7 delicious crusts, and your family food critics will rave. Rising Crust is fresh baked deliciousness. Stuffed crust is literally mouth-watering. There's a 5-star pizza for everyone in your family to love. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
Hi, I'm Joan London. As a longtime senior advocate, I have an important message for anyone on Medicare. Right now is the annual Medicare enrollment period. Many of you may qualify to save money or receive new Medicare-approved benefits at no additional cost, but you don't get these savings or additional benefits automatically. That's why my friends at Assurance are providing you with a free, no-obligation Medicare benefits review by simply calling the toll-free number on your screen now. They can see if you are eligible for new Medicare benefits like free eyeglasses, prescription drug home delivery, expanded at-home telehealth visits, and an over-the-counter allowance for things like pain relievers or skincare products. You may even be eligible for $0 monthly premiums, $0 deductibles, or no copays. Medicare benefits can be confusing, especially managing your prescriptions. Handling Medicare first for my aging mom and then for myself has been a very eye-opening experience. That's why I trust the licensed Medicare agents at Assurance, who will answer any questions you have and make sure you're getting all the benefits you need, like prescription drug home delivery. And you may also be eligible for $0 monthly premiums, $0 deductibles, or no copays. So if you're currently on Medicare, call for your free no-obligation Medicare benefits review. Call now before open enrollment ends to make sure you're getting all the benefits you qualify for.
Just call 800-239-1404 now to find out if you're eligible for a Medicare plan that includes additional benefits. Call before the annual open enrollment period ends for your free no-obligation Medicare benefits review. Call 800-239-1404. 800-239-1404.
Introducing Budweiser Nitro Gold, a first-of-its-kind lager, infused with nitro for a taste as smooth as silk. Flip, pour hard, wait for it.
If something happened to you, what would happen to them? Their home, their education, their future. You need life insurance, and chances are SelectQuote can help you get it for less than $1 a day.
SelectQuote found Jacob 40, a $500,000 policy for only $19 a month. And SelectQuote found his wife Wendy, a $500,000 policy for only $17 a month.
Our secret? At SelectQuote, we aggressively comparison shop highly rated companies to find you the company with the best rates.
We found Gary, 35, a $1 million policy for only $22 a month.
Why pay more? Give your family the security they need at a price you can afford.
Call 1-800-852-9312 or go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs.
At a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
And welcome back to the Weather Channel as we cover landfall of Hurricane Zeta 49 coming in Louisiana this evening, the fifth named storm to make landfall in that state this season alone. That is a new record. We have some new video to show you from Grand Isle, Louisiana, where the winds are howling for us right now. We are on the eastern side of the eye of this, and so we're getting the eastern eye wall of it, and the winds are just fierce right now. Look at the damage already to some of the canopies at the gas stations, and we think that this rolls through southern Louisiana, does make a direct hit over New Orleans, and then races its way across the southeast. One place that's in danger is Bay St. Louis in coastal Mississippi. Let's go there now with our Justin Michaels, where storm surge and wind will be a problem, Justin.
Yeah, and Mike, that storm surge is already happening. The best example of it is here, the day pier. So imagine you own a boat, you want to come into Bay St. Louis for some dinner. This is where you can dock your boat. While you do that, just for a few hours for free, you can see the water is beginning to come up. And honestly, there's probably only about a foot of water down there, but the expectation, that foot is going to be followed by what could be another 8 feet of water. Yes. Believe it or not, we could see as much as 9 feet of storm surge here in Bay St. Louis tonight because of Hurricane Zeta. Could we also see the eye wall of Zeta as it's coming through and pushing off to the northeast? It certainly is possible. So this is the time for people here in Bay St. Louis and all over coastal Mississippi to make sure you're staying indoors in your safe place. Watch the Weather Channel as long as you have power, but make sure your safety plan is ready to go and you can get to those safe places, because also remember, we could very easily be on the eastern side of this storm, the eastern eye wall, the most dangerous. And that means we could also have severe weather being tornadic activity and other severe weather. So just make sure you are ready for anything. You can see here in the marina of Bay St. Louis how many boats are still out there. Well, you know what? I mean, that's a real sad thing, because with the storm surge continuing to come up, some of those boats absolutely could break their lines, and then that turns them into projectiles. I certainly wouldn't want to be between that boat and the seawall and the levee here in Bay St. Louis. In fact, let me swing you around and show you the levee. Matt Safer behind the lens. Take a look at the levee over here beyond the beach. That levee was installed after Bay St. Louis was, for all intents and purposes, wiped off the map during Hurricane Katrina. All those houses were certainly gone because of Katrina, and you can see in 2010 they christened that enormous seawall, that amazing levee 24 feet high, to protect Bay St. Louis. So let's hope they never see a hurricane like Katrina again, because if you can only imagine this, during Katrina the water was a lot higher than that seawall would protect. So hopefully for the people here and for generations to come, they never have to see that. You can see the storm break, and you can also see just how dark the sky is. We are in a pretty intense rain band right now, and that seawall right there is protecting the harbor. It's kind of remarkable, as a matter of fact, to show you how effective it is. Matt, just show the quality of the water here, how seemingly calm the water is in the protected harbor. Then if you follow me over here, take a look out onto the Bay of St. Louis. Is really ripping and rolling right now. Interestingly enough, there is as I tossed up to Alex right now, Alex, you and I both love animals to our core. There is a pelican just floating out there. I don't know if Matt can see it, but there's a pelican out there floating. And I don't think he seems to be too worse for the wear, Alex. I wouldn't want to be him, but I think he probably knows what he's doing better than we do. So
yeah, something
Alex,
tells me they know what they're doing, right? Just one of those adaptations they have. They've dealt with it. They'll ride it out. But yeah, I think you or I would get awfully queasy out there. That's what's happening at the coast. Thanks to Justin, we're going to get back out to him. But this storm is an interesting one because it is going to be zipping across the southeast. And so we are going to see really significant impacts well inland and metro areas like Atlanta, like Charlotte, like Raleigh, getting in on some significant effects. In fact, we think power outages are going to be fairly widespread from the Gulf Coast all the way up into western North Carolina and the upstate of South Carolina. So Asheville to Greenville, all the way down to New Orleans and Biloxi. Power outages, I think, will be adding up here as we go through the next 12 to 18 hours. Likely power outages all the way through the on-land trek of this system. So even as it heads off into parts of the Atlantic, from the mid-Atlantic, we're going to be seeing power outages there. So get ready across places like Atlanta very early Thursday morning, working farther to the north and east as we head throughout the day. It's quick moving, and those winds will be packing quite a punch. Want to get you back to New Orleans with Paul Goodlow. Obviously, they're in the thick of it right now.
Yeah, we certainly are. Now winds gusting 50-plus miles per hour here across the city. Reports of power outages already here on Canal Street. We still see power and lights on here, but I'm sure some of the other neighborhoods are without power right now. Of course, we think about flooding with New Orleans, but with Hurricane Zeta making landfall now and bringing some of the strongest winds over the next 2 to 4 hours, the wind with this system, a Category 2 hurricane, is going to do a lot of damage, bring down a lot of trees, and bring down power as well. So we'll keep you posted all day long, all night long here in New Orleans and all across the Gulf Coast and the inland areas, all dealing with another landfall, this time Hurricane Zeta.
The Lab, brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Wish you were here to see how bright the human spirit can shine. To see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave. To help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Right, just keep coming in there, gentle. Sweetie, can you just be gentle with the parents? Okay. I know you don't know what to show. Just gentle.
New projects means new project managers. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. The moment you sponsor a job on Indeed, you get a short list of quality candidates from our resume database.
Yeah, I think you'd be a good fit.
So you can start hiring right away. Claim your $75 credit when you post your first job at Indeed.com/home.
Unemployment.
Voter fraud.
COVID-19.
Police reform.
Gerrymandering.
That was me redrawing a district.
Undecided voters.
Still? Purple states.
Swing states. Bleach injections.
If it hurts, it's working.
Jared Kushner.
Russia. Namibia. Putin.
Black lives.
Black lives matter.
Black Lives Matter.
Don't do that.
Absentee.
Mail-in polling.
Vote.
What are you waiting for? Go! The Daily Show with Trevor Noah. New tonight at 11 on Comedy Central.
With every cup, we cultivate some of the finest coffee in the world. With every cup, we elevate every coffee moment into a movement, protecting what's precious to ensure exceptional quality. Growing new beginnings, creating infinite possibilities. Because with every cup, precious coffee preserves the beauty of our world. Nespresso, what else?
Back in January, we knew that this was really, really bad.
We had ample forewarning.
But we did almost no testing, almost no contact tracing.
Completely ignored the science, completely ignored the warning signs.
There were things that could have been done.
A lot of people have died needlessly. And there's nothing more frustrating than feeling like you're fighting against someone who should have your back.
We are not going to stamp this out unless we have a change of leadership.
FFPAC's responsible for the content of this ad.
This Beneful Simple Goodness is amazing. Meaty morsels, a tender texture with real meat, and a blend of peas and carrots I can see.
Beneful Simple Goodness. Or try these recipes with no artificial preservatives.
We can't always keep our distance, but we can still help protect each other this flu season by getting vaccinated. If you're 65 or older, get the superior flu protection of Fluzone High Dose Quadrivalent. It's the only 65-plus flu vaccine with 4 times the standard dose. And it's free with Medicare Part B.
Fluzone High Dose Quadrivalent isn't for people who've had a severe allergic reaction to any flu vaccine or vaccine component, including eggs or egg products. Tell your healthcare professional if you've ever experienced severe muscle weakness after receiving a flu shot. People with weakened immune systems, including those receiving therapies that suppress the immune system, may experience lower immune responses. Vaccination may not protect everyone. Side effects include pain, redness and or swelling where you got the shot, muscle ache, headache, and general discomfort. Other side effects may occur.
If you're 65 plus, don't settle for a standard dose flu shot. Move up to superior flu protection. See your healthcare provider and ask for Fluzone High Dose Quadrivalent by name.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel, and we're covering Zeta. Hurricane Zeta Category 2 making landfall. This video from Golden Meadow, Louisiana, showing the push onshore. Heavy rain, strong gusty winds, and yes, there's even a storm surge. Another concern for another landfall here. This is now the 11th landfall of the named system here in the U.S. and the 5th landfall just here in Louisiana alone, and our 3rd hurricane for Louisiana. This will make our 2nd Category 2. We also had Category 4 Hurricane Laura back at the end of August, and now we had Hurricane Delta make landfall about 2.5 weeks ago, followed by now another Hurricane Category 2 with Zeta. Here in New Orleans and on Canal Street, we're dealing with some of the strongest winds so far, and the winds will continue to increase over the next 2.5 hours or so. We will most likely have the center of Zeta come right over New Orleans. Some something that hasn't happened in quite some time. In fact, the closest hurricane has come within 50 miles was 3 years ago with Hurricane Nate, but this one's making a direct landfall here in that center coming right over New Orleans, and we often think about flooding. That's also an issue, but it's the winds. Look at the palm trees behind me here on Canal Street. They are swaying in the wind here, and we can see these winds perhaps even double in strength. It's a big concern. Power outages because of the strong gusty winds, probably one of the biggest impacts we'll have here across this Crescent City. Already reports of power outages in some parts of the city here in the central business district and the edge of the French Quarter. I still see plenty of lights on and power here, but it's a matter of time. The only bright spot with this is it's moving so fast, the intense winds come in and they move on out. This will not be a slow-moving storm, which is a great thing to talk about this because, again, we don't want the ongoing heavy rain and the strong winds, but it is still a concern because we haven't really dealt with winds this strong in quite some time here in New Orleans. So a lot of the infrastructure will be tested. And on top of that, there are still a lot of people, I think over 3,000 people who are living here now, at least temporarily, because they could not stay in their homes in Lake Charles, in that area in Cameron Parish, because of what happened in the end of August with Hurricane Laura. So now people here are going through it. Southeastern New Orleans, we've been in the cone 6 other times. We missed all those storms. We are not missing Hurricane Zeta direct landfall here in a matter of about 2.5 hours with that center coming over here in New Orleans. But it's not just here in Louisiana. The impact stretched far to the east and far to the north as well. Well, let's head east to Bay St. Louis, Mississippi, also a victim of Hurricane Katrina, devastating that area. And you too, Justin, you're also going to be dealing with some decent storm surge, something that kind of makes a lot of people there in Bay St. Louis, that gets them on edge when you talk about a storm surge of approaching a hurricane.
Yeah, they're not thrilled about the potential for that 6 to 9 feet of storm surge. The good news is, Paul, the infrastructure they put in place, the big seawall, the levee, after Katrina, it was dedicated in 2010, and most of it's about 24 feet high. A 6 to 9 foot storm surge against a 24-foot high levee is not going to have a real impact in downtown. However, the lower lying areas, there is great concern when you're on either side of that levee. Could there be issues in the low-lying areas? Absolutely. 3 to 5 feet of storm surge is deadly. 6 to 9 is absolutely deadly. And just think about that. 9 feet of storm surge. Remember, a one-story building is 10 feet. So that's a lot of water. Think about that. A one-story home underwater because of a 6 to 9 foot storm surge. Follow me out here very quickly. We wanted to come out to the end of the water break, the storm break, protecting the marina and the harbor here in Bay St. Louis to give you some idea also of the infrastructure in place because of Katrina. And you can see it is all concrete. In fact, the pier that we're on right now is all concrete, and they're actually building more of the marina right over here. So there's lots of infrastructure in place here. However, we do know as the water continues to come up, it's going to get closer and closer and closer to the very top of that seawall, and that is a big concern, especially because, Matt, show the boats here still in the harbor. There are still dozens of boats in the harbor. As many were taken out, probably even double the amount were taken out. There are still boats here from people who simply could not get here to take them out. Now, as far as any wind we're talking about, let's put the good old anemometer up. We're sustained right about 20. There was a gust earlier at 25 miles per hour, but we know that's going to be going up. We're going to find ourselves here in Bay St. Louis in the eye wall of this storm, the eastern eye wall. The most dangerous part of the storm is going to be going right over Bay St. Louis as this storm speeds off to the northeast. That's a big concern because not only are we going to have that storm surge threat, also the wind, also the rain, and also the possibility for that severe weather. We're going to be watching it all. But as we take it to a very quick commercial break here on the Weather Channel, just take a look at the Bay of St. Louis and Mississippi Sound looking out into the Gulf of Mexico, churning because of Zeta.
Someday, I'm going to marry you. Someday, we'll buy that little place on Ellsworth. Some days, we'll be rougher than others.
If you're lost, you can look and you will find me time after time.
Someday, 50 years will have gone by, and I'll ask you to marry me all over again.
Someday.
This is a payday bar, and there's only one thing you need to know about it.
It has a truckload of peanuts surrounding sweet caramel. I mean, holy, look at all those peanuts. Best part is it helps you get through your day. Payday. Get to it.
How can Experian Boost help you?
I raced my score 13 points with Experian Boost.
I raced at 17.
It's not a competition.
But I win.
Thanks, Experian.
Thank you so much.
Boost your credit scores instantly, free. Download the Experian app now.
Your journey requires Liberty Mutual. They customized your car insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Wow, that will save me lots of money.
This game's boring.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Perrier, the original spark.
I feel golden. I feel like glitter on my shoulders. I feel golden. I feel like,
Boldly refreshing since 1863.
Hi, folks. Joe Namath here, and if you're on Medicare, this is important. Today is one of the only days of this year you can update your coverage and benefits. Before the deadline, you're entitled to eliminate premiums and copays and get dental care, dentures, eyeglasses, in-home aids, prescription coverage, unlimited transportation, and home-delivered meals, all at no additional cost. Plus, your zip code may have coverage with the Give Back benefit that adds money back to your Social Security check every month. Look, with the uncertainty of the virus and vaccines, you need to get everything you're entitled to. Millions of people have trusted the Medicare Coverage Helpline. You can too. Don't miss the deadline. Call now. It's free.
Call 1-800-346-4800. That's 1-800-346-4800 now. He coddled the communists, sided with socialists. Now, Joe Biden is lying. He will raise taxes on the middle class, and his liberal agenda will cost millions of jobs. Because he's a career politician, past his prime, too weak to rebuild our nation. But we won't let him. We will build a better future with courage, with strength, because we are America, and Donald Trump is our president. America First Action is responsible for the content of this advertising.
You're all I need to get by. I got 11 some R-A-S-B-C-T-O. No looking back. No, it ain't, baby. We got enough, and sure enough, that's enough. You're all I need, baby, to get by.
Pattern is dedicated to everyone who seeks to explore the world in new ways, share in its challenges and triumphs, and celebrate its most amazing moments. So join us on our mission to be informed and inspired. Pattern, available on your favorite platforms.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel. A live look at Lake Pontchartrain, courtesy of our storm tracker Charles Peak. And Whitecaps, yes, this is not the Gulf of Mexico. This is Lake Pontchartrain. We were out there yesterday, and it was kind of choppy, but now it's a body of water you want to avoid. The strong easterly winds are howling here, gusting well over 50 miles per hour, and it's causing a little storm surge on the lake, both on the south shore, even the west side of Lake Pontchartrain. You are dealing with a rise of water well over 2 feet now, and that will continue as we have the wind just pushing and piling that water up on that side of the lake. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodlow live in New Orleans on Canal Street here, and it's a pretty wide street. You can see how the wind is just whipping the rain all down the street. You can see the beautiful palm trees. They're swaying in this wind. Again, the latest gust was over 50 or 52 miles per hour. As I walk this way, you can already see some things that have knocked down. There's a pretty big sign, construction sign there, has been toppled over. And a lot of people concerned themselves with flooding here in New Orleans with tropical systems. That's going to happen with Katrina. But this is going to be definitely a bigger wind event. Yeah, we're going to have some rain. Flooding is going to be an issue. But in terms of causing the most damage, it's going to be this wind, which is howling in this area, and it's only going to get stronger. You can see this is a pretty big sign here, which was going back and forth on these springs earlier. The South Coast is also kind of securing this. But we want to reports of power outages because of the strong winds coming on through here. So, again, they're right now probably gusting well over 50, 55. And this is Canal Street, a pretty wide street, one of the widest streets in the country, let alone here in New Orleans. But there are a lot of other smaller streets. So the smaller streets in the wind act like a funnel. So imagine your garden hose, you put your thumb over it, the water shoots out faster, the wind comes in a narrow area and goes even accelerating faster. So this is a pretty broad area. We're definitely dealing with some very strong tropical storm force wind gusts. And Hurricane Zeta is still now a Category 2 hurricane, 110 miles per hour. It's pretty close to a Category 3. The bottom line is damaging wind will continue to impact the New Orleans area, much of southeast Louisiana, for the next several hours. It only gets stronger from here, and then finally later on tonight, we'll start seeing some of the wind die down. The amazing thing is, tomorrow at this time, we got sun, maybe a couple of breezes out here, but the good news is Hurricane Zeta is moving pretty fast, which means our winds will increase pretty quickly, maybe some of the damage, but also the winds start to decrease after the center goes by. So we're looking forward to that. It's just a brief, maybe a 4 or 5 hour period of those very destructive winds here in New Orleans, and we'll keep an eye out for the damage and power outages, which continue to grow here as the winds get stronger onshore. But it's just not here in southeast Louisiana. We're going to have threats, even rains into the Carolinas, but also close by, just east of us, is Mississippi, who took a direct hit with Katrina back in 2005, and places like Bay St. Louis. Now let's go to our Justin Michaels, who is there right now.
All right, Paul, we'll take it from here. It sounds like you guys have quite the show happening there, and it's coming here. In fact, let's pivot a little bit. Matt Safer behind the lens, and you can see we are getting the beginnings of what is a pretty nasty evening here in Bay St. Louis. Taking a look at the seawall protecting the harbor, you can see the Mississippi Sound and the Gulf of Mexico, the storm surge coming at us. That's what that is, folks. It's coming and it's blasting over the seawall here, protecting the marina. I'll tell you what, it really is quite intense to be out here. Just a few moments ago, I was able to clock a 32, even a 33 mile per hour wind gust right here. The scary thing is, as intense as that was, in fact, here we go now, there was 31. We're in the upper 20s right now. As intense as it is right now, it's only going to get worse. In fact, just think about it. We're going to have the eastern eye wall of this storm coming through Bay St. Louis. Could we see 75 or higher mile per hour winds? That is the expectation, and that is a dangerous and oftentimes deadly situation. But even more deadly than that is the water component to this, the storm surge that's going to be coming in. A 6 to 9 foot storm surge. Matt, follow this way. In fact, take a look. You can see the day pier. Really, at the end of here, I can't even see the boards anymore. So the water is certainly coming in very fast, Mike Bettis, as we send it back into you. I understand you have a tornado warning as this storm continues to move to the northeast. Mike, into you.
Justin, we've got a ways to go before this is over, but we've got a 110 mile per hour hurricane making landfall right now. North-northeast moving at 24 miles per hour. So this thing is moving really quickly for us this evening. Show you on the radar where everything is. A really intense burst of convection here coming toward New Orleans for us tonight. It's already made landfall, now approaching cutoff with the eye. We're about 50 miles away from the eye in New Orleans, but we do have some concerns here over in the outer bands, including between Pensacola and Ardmore, Escambia County in Florida and in Alabama, under a tornado warning right now. That's until 5 o'clock tonight, so until the top of the hour. You can see that cluster racing off to the north-northwest here, again, till 5 o'clock this evening. Ardmore, once you take shelter quickly, that storm could be coming across I-65. You can see where the tornado sits, little couplet right in there, racing right toward Atmore. So please, in Atmore, take shelter quickly. Tornado watch from coastal Louisiana all the way through I-65 in Alabama, including in Pensacola and Mobile.
We fit a lot of life into our Subaru Forester.
It's good to be back.
Sure is.
Over the years, we trusted it to carry and protect the things that were most important to us. Good boy. We always knew we had a lot of life ahead of us.
Remember this?
That's why we chose a car we knew would be there for us through it all.
Welcome to the Subaru Forester, the longest-lasting, most trusted Forester ever.
Here's the snap, drops, fakes, throws, right on the net. Oh!
That's it. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Oh, the stuff that nightmares are made of. Wow. Water?
Incoming!
Water tastes like water, so we fixed it. Neo.
At Harry and David, we know that a gift is more than a beautiful box. It's a lifetime of love, the joy of friendship, the moments together, big and small. We make it easy to celebrate the ones you love. Life is a gift. Share more.
Now is the time for a new bath from Bathfitter. Every Bathfitter bath is installed quickly, safely, and beautifully with a lifetime warranty. Go from old to new, from worn to wow. The beautiful bath you've always wanted, done right, installed by one expert technician, all in one day. We've been creating moments like these for 35 years. And we're here to help you get started. Book your free virtual or in-home design consultation today.
Black Friday used to mean deals gone in a flash. That was Black Friday then. This
Coverage helpline, you can too. Don't miss the deadline.
1-800-975-4570 now.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel. We're still tracking Hurricane Zeta. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodell live in New Orleans trying to get a quick break from the wind because if I step out here, if the wind now is whipping and driving the rain almost horizontally. You can see here in Canal Street, some of the palm trees are getting battered by this. Wind gusts over 50 miles per hour. That's tropical solar force wind gusts. And like we've been saying for the last hour or so, we're going to see our winds increase, and they have been, and it will continue at least over the next 90 minutes, if not for 2 more hours of increasing winds. And then we'll probably get the center come through here as well, and maybe a brief drop in the winds. And then we have the backside of this as well. So you see some people still decide to come out here, but we have that in most areas as well. That for some reason, at least I'm getting paid to stand out here. Some people perhaps just do this for fun. This is to tell you what's going on here with the wind. The wind's definitely going to be some of the biggest concerns here in New Orleans. We always concern ourselves with flooding here in the city. Right now, the rainfall is still intense right now. We're closing in on an inch of rainfall, but it's the winds. We're bringing down the power. All weather reports of people losing power here in New Orleans. We'll see those reports definitely increase as we have the winds increase throughout the rest of this evening, and then finally wind down probably closer to midnight tonight. So we are definitely kind of in the thick of this, and it's only getting worse as we continue through the sunset hour and beyond. And I'm like, you're keeping close track of this. We're probably pretty close to having landfall along the coast here in Louisiana. Mike, I think we're getting pretty close to landfall on the coast, are we?
Oh, I gotta tell you, buddy, hang in there, man. We're getting some pretty serious stuff coming through for you right now. This, I think, for now, between now and the next 2 hours, is going to be the roughest stuff for New Orleans, where the winds are really now starting to pick up. So be careful, my friend. What Paul is in the thick of the northern eye wall, the extreme northern eye wall at this point. Then how about some of this? How about some of the debris that's hitting the power lines in Golden Meadow? This is going to be south of where Paul is. Look at the arcing power lines here, and look at the surge that's coming in now. It's going to be a really quick storm surge event. We're going to have surge for a couple of hours, and then it's going to back off pretty quickly as the storm races inland for us here. So plenty to digest here, and to digest quickly. Obviously, at this point, if you're in southern Louisiana, southern Mississippi, we urge you to just hunker down at this point. Really, southern and central Alabama as well. Just hunker down at this point and ride this thing out, as the intensity of it is high in Category 2. It's going to come in quick and hard and fast, and you're going to be feeling it. And then, just like that, it's going to go away. All right, we take a look at the radar. New Orleans right now gust at 39, but I think they're going to go higher as this really intense burst of convection on the northern eye wall comes in. Truly, the eye itself is not that far from New Orleans. Measuring out here, the center of the eye, roughly 50, although it's quickly changing as the storm's moving very, very fast. Then we've got a tornado warning on the extreme eastern outer bands of this, Escambia County in Florida and in Alabama. We've got a tornado warning here with a storm coming toward Atmore here. In Atmore, get to shelter quickly as the storm rides right up Highway 97 tonight. Pretty good couplet on there. You can see the signature right in there. We'll time this out for you in Atmore around 5:03. So that only gives you about 10 minutes from now, and in Freemanville shortly after that. Large area where tornadoes are possible here, including from New Orleans to Biloxi, Mobile, Pensacola, Crestview, right up I-65 toward Montgomery as well. That watch until 12 o'clock tonight. All right, we've shown you New Orleans, where Paul is getting his absolutely hammered. Bay St. Louis in Mississippi, not much better. Our Justin Michaels is there, where the wind is going to be howling for us, and Justin, the water's going to be rising.
Yeah, in fact, the water's coming up pretty quickly, Mike. The wind is really coming in. I just used my anemometer and clocked a 40-mile-per-hour gust. In fact, let's try that again and see what I can come up with. Oh, my. So we're in the mid-30s right there. So, yes, it's definitely coming in. In fact, let me show you the storm surge. We can actually see the water surging into the harbor. Just watch the motion of the water. That is the storm surge happening. You can also see the waves hitting the storm break there, protecting the harbor. We have seen enormous bursts of water come over that storm break. So, yes, the storm is still hours away from getting here. We could absolutely find ourselves in the eastern eye wall. For the people here in Bay St. Louis, I hope that's not the case, but the likelihood is certainly there. I'll tell you what, folks, if this is as bad as 40-mile-per-hour winds are and the storm surge coming in as quickly as it is, I can't imagine what it's going to be like in the next 2-3 hours, as we could see the eastern eye wall and just the intense power of Mother Nature as this storm continues to push off to the northeast. Of course, the Weather Channel is tracking every angle of this storm as Zeta pushes off to the northeast, coming to Bay St. Louis very soon.
As president, the first step I will take will be to get control of the virus that has ruined so many lives.
What would Joe Biden do to beat COVID? Double testing sites so we can safely reopen.
Manufacture PPE here in America. Restore the White House Pandemic Office. Save the Affordable Care Act and protections for pre-existing conditions.
This is not a partisan moment. This must be an American moment.
FFPAC is responsible for the content of this ad.
Only Dish has the Hopper, TV's most powerful DVR.
Look who's here!
It holds up to 2,000 hours, so you can store season after season of your favorite shows for as long as you need them.
You waited. I got all the seasons. No way.
Record up to 2,000 hours of the shows that bring you together with Dish, tuned in to you.
Water?
Water tastes like water, so we fixed it. Neo.
Great class today.
At Lowe's, home has always been our world. And we know this year, home has meant everything to you too. So this holiday season, we give thanks and celebrate. Because gifts for home bring joy to all.
Keeping your oysters growing while keeping your business growing as you swamped. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. The moment you sponsor a job on Indeed, you get a short list of quality candidates from our resume database, so you can start hiring right away. Claim your $75 credit when you post your first job at Indeed.com/promo.
What does Domino's know about tacos and burgers? As delivery experts, we know they shouldn't be delivered like this.
Thanks for the soggy taco spread across the bottom of my delivery bag.
The burger was wilted.
We hate to see anything delivered poorly.
We wanted to give you a burger that is designed to be
A
delivered.
taco that was made to deliver right.
A taco from Domino's?
What?
Oh my.
The new Domino's cheeseburger pizza.
This is our new chicken taco pizza.
Now the best way to get a taco or burger delivered is to get a Domino's pizza.
That is not a soggy taco.
Your next memory is out there. It might be a small one or a giant leap. Maybe it's a memory of you alone or one with him or them. It could feel like magic. Or it might just warm your heart. Your next memory is out there. It's just waiting to be made. To new memories, Hilton and our family of hotels.
With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave, to help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel's coverage of Hurricane Zeta making landfall just a short while ago in coastal Louisiana, Golden Meadow, Louisiana. A personal weather station there recording wind gusts as high as 105 miles per hour. Some significant storm surge, as well as a lot of debris in the air arcing the power lines there. This is going to be a very intense hit. It's not going to last very long. The storm's moving very quickly, but it's going to be a very potent uppercut to southern Louisiana, including in New Orleans. Let's take you there live now with meteorologist Paul Goodloe. Paul.
Hey there, Mike. We are getting buffeted by some of the strongest winds so far. Airport's only reporting like 48 to 52, but we're getting easily 60-plus miles per hour. If you look at the radar, the northern eye wall where the strongest winds are, it's about 18, 20 miles from where we are right here in downtown New Orleans here on Canal Street. So these winds will only continue to howl here. You can see some of these huge palm trees. They're being just flopped around with these strong winds. And I was trying to walk up here against the wind, nearly impossible. The winds will only get stronger. The good news is this system is howling and just hauling at landfall in southwest Louisiana. I mentioned these hurricanes because now this is the third iteration, and say even with Hurricane Delta made landfall a couple of weeks ago, and certainly shorter than this state has taken a beating so far. And we also had two tropical storms make landfall as well. So now 5. This makes the 5th landfall of a named tropical system just this hurricane season alone. That's a new record here in Louisiana. But that's what we forecast. We forecasted an above average year, and that has lived up, probably overperformed in terms of where we are. We're now as deep as we've ever been in the Greek alphabet in terms of named systems, and we've never had a Zeta this strong or make landfall, let alone here in the U.S. Yeah, our 27th named storm, and it's not too far from being a major hurricane as well. Fortunately, it has made landfall, so we don't expect any more strengthening out of this system, but still, a Category 2 hurricane is nothing to sneeze at here. We all know what happened with Hurricane Katrina here and the flooding disaster that became of it here in New Orleans. Fortunately, and the bigger threat is going to be these winds and bringing down trees and power. Power outages already in parts of the city, not here on the edge of the French border here. But that may change as we have even stronger winds head this way. Like you mentioned, there's a 100+ mile per hour wind gust in the area of landmass. So that's not out of the question. Dealing with wind gusts that strong here into New Orleans. So bringing power down, bringing trees down. Canal Street, one of the widest streets into the city, for sure, but also one of the widest streets in the country. So to have the winds this strong in this wide street, imagine some of the smaller neighborhoods, the Garden District, parts of the French Quarter, where the streets are more narrow, the wind actually accelerates through there as well. So to have winds howling 60, 70, 80 miles per hour for the next couple hours, definitely a possibility, bringing down trees, bringing down power lines, and that's going to be the widespread concern. A side concern of that is the rainfall. We've already picked up about an inch of rain, and we're still seeing some very heavy rain. Hard to measure with it blowing sideways, but we have pumps that pump the water up and out of the city. You start losing power in some of those pumps. I know the city is doing everything they have to have backup generators, but that is always going to be a concern when you lose power and you have to rely on the power to work the pumps to keep the city dry. So an ongoing concern here as we have some of the strongest winds yet move across the city. And again, this forward speed of the storm means over the next hour to even 90 minutes, the strongest part of the storm is coming right.
Show you what's happening. Matt, if we could, just show you can actually see the surge coming in. Look how that water is coming into the harbor. It's all moving in one direction. The concern is we could have 6 to 9 feet of storm surge here, putting the dock that I'm standing on completely underwater, and even the docks over here. Now follow me this way. Matt Safer behind the lens. Let me step up to the next level, the fuel service level of this docking system here at the marina in Bay St. Louis. Believe it or not, the expectation is not only is that going to be underwater, but this is going to be underwater as well. Maybe
we're talking with the harbor master. He's not all foot levee. There is no expectation that that levee is going to be toppled because of the storm surge coming in. But still, as Matt stands there, you can see the wind blowing. I clocked about a 40-mile-per-hour gust earlier, and folks, we are still hours away from being close to that eye wall. Paul is going to be dealing with it. We're going to be watching him and his team very closely because what he's experiencing there, we're eventually going to be experiencing here in Bay St. Louis. So what are the factors here? We've got the storm surge, and it's continuing to roll in. We've got the 3 to 5 inches of rain. We have the potential for being in the eastern eye wall, and that brings a whole host of other concerns, not the least of which is severe weather as well. Tornadic activity can whip up in the eastern eye wall. So dangers abound here in Bay St. Louis. The good news is the Hancock County Sheriff's Office and the Office of Emergency Management tell us they're really proud with the people here in Hancock County, Mississippi, along the Mississippi Gulf Coast, because they are heeding the warnings. They have evacuated when asked to evacuate. They're doing what they've been asked to do. They don't want to have any issues, and people are taking this seriously. All right, so let's go a little further away from where we are right now to Biloxi, Mississippi, to Jim Cantori. I'll tell you what, Jim, I think we're in for quite an evening here in Bay St. Louis. You two in Biloxi.
Yeah, no question, guys. I think it's going to catch a lot of people off guard how quick that water comes up. It's already up here, all right? We're at the Port Cadet Marina, which behind me is pretty much evacuated with the exception of one boat there. You can see it out there, and that may not fare very well. Look at how high these pilings are, okay? And remember, now that the storm's gone up, the surge forecast now is 7 to 11 feet. So they've bumped up the surge. They've bumped up the surge to 7, 11 feet. That's a whole different ball game in through here along coastal Mississippi. So again, guys, I just want to give you the lay of the land. We're behind the Golden Nugget. You can see again, most of the boats obviously at the Port Cadet Marina are gone, thank goodness. But this area will flood. So think about it, 7 to 11 feet. Here's the water now. It's going to come over the seawall. It's going to come in to the parking garage here at the Golden Nugget. I'd love to have these people move their cars. I think that would really benefit everybody. Remember, it's salt water, so a lot of these cars and vehicles could actually take on water. Once the water starts coming in, we will be seeking high ground, okay? But you'll be able to watch it as long as we have power back here. Let me show you why. We have a storm path camera that is positioned above the expected surge. Do you see it right there? There's the camera, all right, and there's the box that's going to be distributing the signal. So we're not going to be here, obviously, when we get the surge, but the camera will be. All right. Winds have not been that strong. Sarah Dillingham tells me East gusting about 30 miles per hour. That certainly makes sense to what we're getting back here. East is that way. Biloxi Bay over through here. The bay will come into this area. This is a very low area. If you think about Biloxi, it's shaped like a peninsula, all right, and we're basically the Keys down here, which is where we are, if you will. So it's kind of like South Florida, and that's what we're going to be dealing with. We're going to be dealing with high water. Certainly some parts of Highway 90 will deal with this water as well, especially now with potentially 7 to 11 feet. Remember, that's the forecast for peak surge. All right. Is it going to be more like 7? Is it going to be more like 11? You're only playing with a foot, too, with the tide. We may get a little bump, a little help there because of the low tide. But remember, that's factored in to that storm surge forecast, that peak storm surge forecast. So here's where we are, guys. Rain, of course, has begun. The winds are picking up. It's going to go downhill fast. Think about a squall line. Think about a line of severe thunderstorms. The hurricane itself is moving at 25 miles per hour. But, you know, you're dealing with now a borderline Cat 3. And Mike Bettis, I cannot understate this alone. Now, instead of taking something that's 100 miles an hour and winding it down by the time it gets to Montgomery and Birmingham and Atlanta, now you have to take something that's 110 miles an hour and moving faster and wind it down. So, not surprising, tropical storm warnings all the way up into North Georgia, where they're expecting 60 to 70 mile per hour winds in the Atlanta metro area. Full leaf canopy. We haven't lost any leaves yet. A lot of oak species in Atlanta and in the southeast. So those things are like big parachutes, those red oak leaves. And they're going to catch a lot of that wind, unfortunately.
Yeah, they've actually increased that forecast,
power line damage.
They've upped that forecast for winds across North Georgia. So you're thinking about a metro area of roughly 6 million people that's in a forest. And so that's a big, big concern there. But I think all along that path, you know how it is, it's all trees from there all the way down to New Orleans. So that entire path of this coming up through Georgia and maybe even western North Carolina could be looking at very significant power outages, unfortunately. You take a look at that wind forecast and a place like Montgomery, 40 to 50. But there's our current status. We just got another update from the Hurricane Center. Do these hourly updates at landfall here. 110 mile per hour wind still north-northeast moving quick here at 24 miles per hour. There's that forecast. Look, by tomorrow morning, we're already looking at a system between Birmingham and Montgomery on I-65 here, but officially a landfall near Cocodrie here. It winds at 110 miles per hour with a pressure at 970 miles per hour, 970 millibars, I should say. Let's get you back to New Orleans. We're roughly an hour away from the eye coming over Paul Goodloe in New Orleans. But right now, Paul dealing with the worst of it, the northern eye wall.
Yeah, and it's only getting stronger as well. It's difficult to even breathe out here, Mike. I know you've been in an eye wall or two, and that's the thing. Even the National Hurricane Center is warning people here in New Orleans when the wind starts to die down, and it will over the next hour or so, do not go outside, because that is the eye. Because once the eye comes through, you get through the strongest winds, there's the back side of the eye to come through with winds just as strong as the front side. So there's going to be a big concern. We are probably within 20 miles of that this northern part of the eye. You might be in that for maybe a half hour or so before that backside comes through there. So we're going through some of the strongest winds over the next hour or so. And the good news is this is moving at a good clip, which means we're going to limit the long-term duration of some of the strongest winds that we're dealing with. And winds will definitely cause a lot of damage here, bringing down parts of buildings, parts of trees, and power lines. And that's going to be what we'll probably see affecting most people, is those trees breaking down power lines, and it might take a while for that power to be restored here. You got to remember, this is an old city with a lot of history, and it's not like everything is buried underground. They can't do that. You have to have the power lines because of we sit below sea level. Yes, the rain and flooding always a concern here, but because this thing is moving so quick, we won't have that 6, 8, 10-inch rain events, which could be disastrous for this city here. But storm surge, there's definitely already some flooding going on. If you look at our storm path camera on Lake Pontchartrain by the New Canal Lighthouse, right close to the Yacht Club as well, you can see the white caps already kind of slashing across parts of the southern coast of the lake, as well as the western coast. These easterly winds are piling up that water. Fortunately, the winds will be changing eventually, so this won't be an all-night east wind, but we'll see that push of wind in the water eventually cause some flooding on towards the west edge as well. So this will be an ongoing concern now, as we still have this strong winds. And I can just imagine how this wind is in some of the older neighborhoods here in New Orleans. Again, I'm on Canal Street. This street is huge. There are a lot of narrow streets in these beautiful neighborhoods where it's probably howling through there. Even an 80-mile-per-hour wind gust could be accelerating even stronger, bringing down parts of trees and power lines as well. Let's mention, like this sign has been knocked over as well. That's why I'm trying to stay upwind of this. And continue to look farther up the street to see if anything else could be rolling on through there. I'm actually watching a dumpster on wheels coming right down Canal Street. There's a, I don't know if you can see this, Rodney, if you can come up, if you can, there's a dumpster in the middle of Canal Street. New Orleans PD is trying to attend to it, but and push it out of the main part of the street, but there's a dumpster on wheels being blown by these winds here right down Canal Street. We're going to try to get a better angle here, but we're also trying to keep my crew dry and to make sure the equipment works so we can keep bringing these pictures here. But yeah, that's the dumpster. Not quite sure where it's coming from, but it's definitely trying to come up Canal Street. So they're trying their best to keep folks out here. Fortunately, we don't see too many people out and about. But Hurricane Zeta approaching New Orleans as we speak. We'll have more coverage right after this.
Someday, I'm going to marry you. Someday, we'll buy that little place on Ellsworth. Some days, we'll be rougher than others.
If you're lost, you can look and you will find me time after time.
Someday, 50 years will have gone by, and I'll ask you to marry me all over again.
Someday.
What started out as a better floor liner for your car turned into even more superior ways to protect the inside and outside of your vehicle. That led to enhanced ways to protect your home and to keep your pets safe. Next came the best ways to secure and protect your phone. But the most important things worth protecting are American jobs. WeatherTech, made right in America.
Hi folks, Joe Namath here, and if you're on Medicare, today is one of the only days of this year you can update your coverage and benefits. Before the deadline, you're entitled to eliminate copays and get dental, prescriptions, transportation, and meals at no additional cost. Plus, your zip code may have coverage with the Give Back benefit that adds money back to your Social Security check every month.
I called to get dental, transportation, meals, and the Give Back benefit. They helped me so much.
With this virus situation, I called to get everything I'm entitled to. I couldn't believe I was missing out on so many benefits.
With the uncertainty of the virus, you need to get everything you're entitled to. Millions of people have trusted the Medicare Coverage Helpline. You can too. Don't miss the deadline. Call now. It's free.
Call 1-800-346-4800. That's 1-800-346-4800 now.
Look, Limu, someone out there needs help customizing their car insurance with Liberty Mutual, so they only pay for what they need. False alarm. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Back in January, we knew that this was really, really bad.
We had ample forewarning.
But we did almost no testing, almost no contact tracing.
Completely ignored the science, completely ignored the warning signs.
There were things that could have been done.
A lot of people have died needlessly. And there's nothing more frustrating than feeling like you're fighting against someone who should have your back.
We are not going to stamp this out unless we have a change of leadership.
FFPAC's responsible for the content of this ad.
Starbucks Creamer, a new non-dairy Starbucks Creamer. It's smooth. It's creamy. So creamy. It's Starbucks Caramel Macchiato at home. So good. This changes everything. Starbucks Creamer.
Attention Zantac users. If you or a loved one use Zantac or ranitidine products on a regular basis and were diagnosed with kidney, stomach, or bladder cancer after use, you might be entitled to financial compensation. The FDA requested manufacturers to pull Zantac and products containing ranitidine off the market, noting exposure to unacceptable levels of the cancer-causing agent NDMA. Call the number on your screen now for a free consultation about your case. The FDA sent the warning to consumers, patients, and healthcare professionals after a new study showed the risk of Zantac and ranitidine products to public health. Don't wait. There may be time deadlines to file your case. If you or a loved one was diagnosed with any of these cancers, the time to act is now. Call for a free consultation. If you don't win, you pay nothing.
Call 800-491-1844. That's 800-491-1844. 800-491-1844.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting a full force for this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel. Welcome back to the Weather Channel. We're still dealing with the onslaught of the eye of Hurricane Zeta here in New Orleans. Winds are howling out here. And by the way, there's a kind of a trolley shelter here. Don't know what happened, but something shattered one of the pieces of glass there. So there's a shelter down there, but it's too broad to kind of take shelter. So one of my safest places out here in the middle and just dealing with a little shelter by this landpost. But we're now in that northern eye wall of Hurricane Zeta making landfall here. It's the first time in years that we've had landfall here in New Orleans. And this, the wind, is going to be the biggest damage maker here. Of course, we're concerned about flooding. But it's moving so fast, the rain won't be an all-night event. It's the wind, which is going to be the strongest over the next hour as that landfall passes. Then a lull in the wind Hurricane Center is urging people here in New Orleans to don't go outside when they hear the wind die down, because that is the center of the storm, and the storm is moving very quickly. So while you're outside enjoying the lull in the winds, the backside comes quickly on with winds just as strong as the front side of the wind, just coming from a different direction here on the backside of the storm. So it continues to be an onslaught of the wind and the rain here in New Orleans. I'm sure our rainfall is well over an inch, inch and a half at this point, but these winds, I haven't heard the latest report from the airport, but just down here, I've been feeling definitely close to hurricane-force wind gusts here on Canal Street. And there are other areas dealing with even stronger winds across Jefferson or Orleans Parish. Power outage numbers are well over 35,000, but you got to remember, those are billing points. If you have 2 or 3 people in your family, that's considered a billing point. Fortunately, I have a helmet on to protect me from part of this palm tree that just fell in front of me here. And those power outage numbers will most likely continue to increase as these winds are increasing with this eye wall. New Orleans, you've dodged a lot of tropical threats so far this season, and you are taking it on the chin right now with Hurricane Zeta slashing this area. It definitely is the typical 2020. Didn't think it'd get this bad here. A lot of people are always concerned about the flooding here in New Orleans. They don't think about this wind threat. So I'm hoping people were taking down the lawn furniture and many of the decorations that I've seen up in neighborhoods for Halloween. And the good news is the Halloween forecast, well, in that case, tomorrow's forecast looks really nice, but we got to get through the rest of this evening and the rest of the front side of Zeta and then the back side of Zeta before we can start the recovery here in New Orleans. And Hurricane Zeta is a Category 2 hurricane right now, but I tell you what, I couldn't imagine what the residents in southwestern Louisiana went through with Hurricane Laura as a Category 4. Mike Bettis, you've been through a Category 3 and 4, and these are pretty tremendous winds we're dealing with. And how close is that center? How close are we going to start seeing a little reprieve in these gusty winds?
Paul, you're not far. You're not far, my friend. Hang in there. The worst of it is happening for you right now. The most intense squall line is happening right now, and I think in the next maybe 20 minutes, you're going to start to see your winds really back off as the northern part of the eye starts to come in for you. Officially, wind gusts at 48 miles an hour with the last observation, but we're getting winds that are being recorded now at 110 miles an hour by some personal weather stations in the eye wall of this hurricane. Paul's sitting right here in New Orleans, right? You can see where the eye is. It is not that far away. We're going to get some, maybe even a little bit of clearing here, but only 28 miles from New Orleans is where the eye is now. I think less than an hour, we're going to start to see the winds really back off here, and we're going to see improving conditions at least temporarily. Then we'll deal with the backside of the system. There's a look. We've got a tornado watch that's in effect. New Orleans, extending through portions of Alabama, through portions of Mississippi, and up the panhandle of Florida. These are all areas where severe weather could then be a threat for you in some of these bands. We're now starting to see some storm surge flooding here. Nothing extreme right now. That's good to report. 1.3 inches, New Canal Station, Shell Beach, about 0.8 feet of water rise for us here, but we think that the storm surge potential could really go up here, and we think in particular here in coastal Mississippi, a very flood and surge-prone coastline here. 7 to 11 feet of storm surge is possible above dry ground. In portions of Alabama, 3 to 5 feet of water rise is possible for us here. You can take a look at the latest wind speeds. Boy, the winds are really now howling for us really strong out of the southeast, but they're only going to pick up for us over the course of the next, say, hour or so. For Louisiana, already the power outage is going up as a result of the winds. Louisiana right now, 60,000 customers are without power. You can see the intensity of the winds here with the forecast hour by hour, stepping it through New Orleans, then Gulfport, Bay St. Louis, Biloxi, then eventually north of Mobile, racing through then Alabama and Georgia as the winds back off. By the morning hours, just breezy. But right now, landfall of Hurricane Zeta would take you back to New Orleans after this.
I didn't order a pizza.
I know, but that Parker promo saved me so much in my insurance. Brought you a little something special.
Parker, State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
You're the man, man.
And you want the real deal? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
A pandemic during a presidential election.
How do I register to vote?
Can we vote by mail here? You'll be safe, right?
Yes.
Go out and vote. It's so important. Woo! It's the most important thing you can do.
Only Dish has the Hopper, TV's most powerful DVR.
Look who's here.
It holds up to 2,000 hours, so you can store season after season of your favorite shows for as long as you need them.
You waited.
I got all the seasons. No way.
Record up to 2,000 hours of the shows that bring you together with Dish, tuned in to you.
Our 12-step process provides 100% pure quality water.
Now try Nestle Pure Life Plus. Water enhanced with minerals and a splash of flavor.
Wait, just keep clearing there. Gentle. Sweetie, can you just be gentle with the clearance? Okay. I know you don't know what to show. Just gentle.
New projects means new project managers. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. The moment you sponsor a job on Indeed, you get a short list of quality candidates from our resume database.
Yeah, I think you'd be a good fit.
So you can start hiring right away. Claim your $75 credit when you post your first job at Indeed.com/home.
Tonight,
There's something I've got to tell you.
America's favorite housewife is back with a bang. New season.
Let's go. I'm ready to graduate. We'll see.
Same housewife.
What do you mean, we'll see? I can't believe my baby's graduating. Stop. Works every time.
American Housewife. Season premiere tonight. 8:30, 7:30 Central.
Dude. Enough.
On ABC.
I knew about the tremors, but when I started seeing things, I didn't know what was happening, so I kept it in.
He started believing things that weren't true. I knew something was wrong, but I didn't say a word.
During the course of their disease, around 50% of people with Parkinson's may experience hallucinations or delusions. But now, doctors are prescribing Nuplazid, the only FDA-approved medicine proven to significantly reduce hallucinations and delusions related to Parkinson's. Don't take Nuplazid if you are allergic to its ingredients. Nuplazid can increase the risk of death in elderly people with dementia-related psychosis and is not for treating symptoms unrelated to Parkinson's disease. Nuplazid can cause changes in heart rhythm and should not be taken if you have certain abnormal heart rhythms or take other drugs that are known to cause changes in heart rhythm. Tell your doctor about any changes in medicines you're taking. The most common side effects are swelling of the arms and legs and confusion.
We spoke up, and it made all the difference.
Ask your Parkinson's specialist about Nuplazid.
So, you said only we at Left Twix could put cookies and cream in Twix? This is a right Twix.
Excuse me.
Twix, cookies and cream.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel. We are still dealing with the landfall of Hurricane Zeta, and here in New Orleans, we're dealing with that eye wall coming on through here. I've come a little closer to a little shelter to get out of some of the brunt of the wind, but it's still howling here. You can see the debris kind of blowing and the wind blowing as well. Winds easily have been gusting hurricane force. We're talking 75 miles per hour plus across the region. We've seen a lot of things blowing around here. A dumpster was blowing on wheels. We've seen even shelters here by the trolley. Some of the broadsides of the glass shattering. Don't know whether it's just the pressure from the wind or perhaps pieces of debris hitting them as well. So it continues to deal with the strongest part of Hurricane Zeta right on through New Orleans. And this is something that a lot of people didn't really think about. They thought about, oh, the rain, oh, it's just a Category 1, we'll be okay, it's moving fast, but it's a Category 2 hurricane now, and the winds have already knocked out power to probably close to 100,000 people here. We're talking 36,000 customers between Jefferson and Orleans Parish, and that number is actually old. I'm pretty sure the updated number is even higher than that now, and it continues to be the biggest threat here are these winds, bringing down things like trees and power lines and power poles, and like other cities, this city is sitting below sea level, so you can't quite put the power lines underground. So they're above ground, and they're very vulnerable to dealing with trees coming down and power poles coming down as well. Power crews are standing by, like they have done in the previous hurricanes and tropical storms making landfall here in the U.S. Now this is the fifth named system making landfall just here in the state of Louisiana, the 11th across the U.S. here just this hurricane season, and we're still dealing with some more as well. So some people perhaps trying to venture out, but I'm staying close because it's just not that safe to get out there. And by the way, the National Hurricane Center is urging people here in New Orleans to basically hunker down, even though the winds will start to die down as we get into the actual eye, the center of Hurricane Zeta. The winds will definitely start to lax, but that's because the backside is coming. When that backside comes through, you can see winds as strong as the front side coming through as well. So we're in the thick of this for quite some time, and we do think that center is probably the eye minutes away from getting here, which is something we can look forward to, because once we get through the center, we can count down when this entire system will start leaving this city, and we can start recovering from this. So again, the winds here, definitely something that's surprising a lot of people, especially with the strengthening of this. You got to remember, at landfall, Hurricane Zeta was 110 miles per hour, so just a few miles per hour short of being a major hurricane. We've already had Hurricane Laura make landfall here, and even here in Louisiana, there's still over 3,000 in New Orleans, over 3,000 people who are living here because their homes aren't livable yet in southwest Louisiana because of Hurricane Laura. But this continues to be a wind event here. Other areas along the Gulf Coast, storm surge is going to be a big concern. I know Jim Cantori is in Biloxi, Mississippi, and Jim, that area devastated by Katrina. They have a lot of memories there as well, and you talk about a hurricane and a storm surge, that's always a concern for those people there in Biloxi.
Paul, Cristobal came in about where this one came in, a much weaker storm. Produced storm surge back here where I am. Okay, so we know the water's going to come up here. It's just a matter of time. We're at the Port Cadet Marina, as you can see behind me here. All the boats are gone, as they've been asked to do. This is the fifth time in 10 weeks that mariners have had to do this. I see one boat that is out there right now, okay, and that's not going to fare very well, especially given the fact that we have a storm surge forecast of 7 to 11 feet. So I'm watching where Justin is at Bay St. Louis. Things haven't changed all that much. This is probably our heaviest rain, okay? The problem is it's about the water here. It really is, and the gusts as we get into the eye wall a little bit later on. But I want to kind of give you the lay of the land. We are right behind the Golden Nugget here, which is where the marina is. And unfortunately, this is a pretty low spot. So Biloxi's like a peninsula. It comes right down to Biloxi Bay and then goes back, if you will, to Safe Harbor, which is where a lot of the boats go. They call it Hurricane Hole back there. But unfortunately, this is so low. And there's so many parking garages that are kind of down here. You got to wonder, is some of these cars going to eventually suffer a little bit of this salt water, especially with the kind of inundation. We've got a camera. We've got an exclusive storm path camera back here. So when we leave and the water comes up, that camera will show what's going on back here. All right? And of course, it'll be after dark. So everybody just needs to hunker down, not only in Louisiana, but also in Mississippi. Zeta, fifth landfall in Louisiana. Unbelievable season. Unbelievable.
All right, I brought in Ensure Max Protein to give you the protein you need with less of the sugar you don't. I'll take that.
30 grams of protein in one.
Bath Fitter. Every Bath Fitter bath is installed quickly, safely, and beautifully with a lifetime warranty. Go from old to new, from worn to wow. The beautiful bath you've always wanted, done right.
Get these savings or additional benefits automatically. Number on your screen now. They can see if you are eligible for new Medicare benefits like free eyeglasses, prescription drug home delivery, expanded at-home telehealth visits, and Medicare benefits can be confusing, especially managing your prescriptions. Handling Medicare first for my aging mom and then for myself has been a very eye-opening experience. That's why I trust the licensed Medicare agents at Assurance, who will answer any questions you have and make sure you're getting all the benefits you need, like prescription drug home delivery. And you may also be eligible for $0 monthly premiums, $0 deductibles, or no copays. So if you're currently on Medicare, call for your free no-obligation Medicare benefits review. Call now before open enrollment ends to make sure you're getting all the benefits you qualify for.
Just call 800-239-1404 now to find out if you're eligible for a Medicare plan that includes additional benefits. Call before the annual open enrollment period ends for your free no-obligation Medicare benefits review. Call 800-239-1404. 800-239-1404.
Age-related macular degeneration may lead to severe vision loss.
So the National Eye Institute did 20 years of clinical studies on a formula only found in PreserVision.
If it were my vision, I'd ask my doctor about PreserVision.
It's the most studied eye vitamin brand.
If it were my vision, I'd look into PreserVision.
Only PreserVision AREDS 2 contains the exact nutrient formula recommended by the NEI to help reduce the risk of moderate to advanced AMD progression.
I have AMD. It is my vision, so my plan includes PreserVision.
Pattern is dedicated to everyone who seeks to explore the world in new ways, share in its challenges and triumphs, and celebrate its most amazing moments. So join us on our mission to be informed and inspired. Pattern, available on your favorite platforms.
Welcome back to our coverage of Hurricane Zeta making landfall. That eye getting closer and closer to New Orleans. I'm here on Canal Street, and we're still getting pretty strong gusty winds. I know close by some of the desert stations are over 80 miles per hour, and even here, easily getting hurricane-force wind gusts for quite some time. We have not been kind of in a lull in the wind for quite some time. The eye is getting closer and closer. So we're still about 20 minutes away from that eye. When it gets here, we'll definitely breathe a sigh of relief because we're going through the strongest winds right now. You can see how the winds are whipping the rain right down the street. The power outages continue to grow here across this part of southeast Louisiana, just in Jefferson and Orleans parishes. 40,000+ customers now without power here, as some of the strongest wind gusts are still lashing this area. Hurricane Zeta continues to move at a pretty good clip. In fact, it's accelerating, which is some great news in terms of the duration that we have to deal with this type of wind. The bad news is all that does is kind of increase some of the wind gusts as it comes through. So if the storm is moving 30, you can add some of the winds probably starting at 30 and going stronger than that across the area. And this being a tropical system, the rain with this system is filled with a lot of small droplets, almost like needles being whipped by this rain here. And I'm fairly protected where I'm standing. If I was farther out towards the middle where the trolleys go, I don't think I could stand up or even talk very easily here. So looking on the radar, you can see we still have a little chunk of that red the orange and yellows to get through, and then we get into that center. Because this thing is moving so fast, I doubt we'll see a clear eye. Most likely definitely some clouds, maybe even some rain in there as well, but at least the winds will start to diminish temporarily. And I'd also, let's pull up our storm path camera on Lake Pontchartrain by the lighthouse, the New Canal Lighthouse there. You can see how the winds are now creating waves lashing the shoreline here. And those are the winds basically coming over the entire lake. Nothing is slowing it down. At least here in downtown New Orleans, you got buildings somewhat breaking up the wind as it comes down to the surface there, but the winds are howling and pushing some of that water right over onto Lakeshore Drive as well. The good news is the number of hours in this, they're ticking down, but we still have to get through this and into the eye at the backside of this storm. Hurricane Zeta continues to lash New Orleans, and I'm trying to keep my head on the swivel. There's so many noises you hear here. We're close to sunset, so fortunately the eye should be coming through just as it starts to get dark here, and weather should be slowly improving as we head towards midnight. But we have a very long, stormy evening to get through, Mike. And I kept looking at the radar and kept hoping for that eye to get closer and closer. It is, but we're not seeing any abatement in this wind as of now. But that eye could not come anytime soon. Mike?
All right, Paul, thank you so much for the update. Hang in there, friend. Getting hit really, really hard right now. You know, making official landfall of Zeta. About the 5 o'clock Eastern, 4 o'clock Central Time hour. We had winds 110 miles per hour. It's a fifth named storm that we've had so far this season in Louisiana. Northeast movement at 24 miles per hour for us right now. And we're going to see this thing accelerate as we go through the evening time. Again, you're looking at live pictures here of the eye wall of Zeta over New Orleans right now. That is Lake Pontchartrain. You can see the waves that are really crashing up over the seawall at this point. But it's going to be a short-lived event, we think. Again, that's our Paul Goodlow out there on Canal Street. He's in downtown New Orleans. Then you're looking north side up at Lake Pontchartrain there. We're going to get back to Paul here in a little bit. Give the guy a breather. He has been out there just getting hammered here, and we're going to end up getting an eye here soon in New Orleans. Let me show you what is going on right now with the hurricane. We've got a 110-mile-per-hour hurricane with a fast movement here, and we're going to be likely looking for this storm to accelerate and push its way off to the northeast here pretty quickly tonight. So again, we're going to get hit hard, and then it's going to move out because by tomorrow morning even, it's across central Alabama, then racing through Georgia and the Carolinas, making landfall. And near Cocodrie here at Category 2, 110 mile per winds, between 4:30 and 5 o'clock this afternoon. The fifth landfalling storm in Louisiana this season. That is a record. The previous record was 4. You take a look at the radar. Boy, that thing is moving quickly. Again, made landfall back here about an hour and a half ago or so. Now almost into New Orleans. That eye is almost over New Orleans. We'll be taking a direct hit from this. The northern eye wall has been hitting us. But again, we're less than 20 miles now. Things moving so fast, keep having to update the ruler there. But you can see that's the last really intense band that comes through New Orleans, and then the eye wall goes north, and the eye comes in for you. Slidell along I-10 to Gulfport, Biloxi, and Pascagoula getting hit with a really intense rain right now. Louisiana, your power outage is going up exponentially now. 108,000 customers without power. We're back with more Zeta coverage after this.
At Cracker Barrel, we're cooking up warm feelings of home. Our country fried turkey is back for the holidays. And this season, we're also serving it along with our buttermilk pancakes for a new breakfast tradition. This holiday, come on home to Cracker Barrel. Dine in, curbside, or delivery.
Is it too early to start celebrating Halloween? Well, if you're celebrating by eating Reese's, then no. You're actually late. Not sorry, Reese's.
You fight for your dreams. You live for your community. You stand for what you believe in. You strive for a better tomorrow. Because the fighting spirit is one we all share. And on Election Day, that spirit has a voice. If it's worth fighting for, it's worth voting for. Modelo, root for those with a fighting spirit.
Hi, folks. Joe Namath here, and if you're on Medicare, this is important. Today is one of the only days of this year you can update your coverage and benefits. Before the deadline, you're entitled to eliminate premiums and copays and get dental care, dentures, eyeglasses, in-home aids, prescription coverage, unlimited transportation, and home-delivered meals, all at no additional cost. Plus, your zip code may have coverage with the Give Back benefit that adds money back to your Social Security check every month. Look, with the uncertainty of the virus and vaccines, you need to get everything you're entitled to. Millions of people have trusted the Medicare coverage helpline. You can too. Don't miss the deadline. Call now. It's free.
Call 1-800-346-4800. That's 1-800-346-4800 now.
Nice. This is the new Buick?
I think you mean the new Alexa.
It's a Buick.
It's an Alexa? Check it out. Alexa, turn on the outdoor lights.
Okay. That's cool, but I'm pretty sure it's a Buick.
Clearly an Alexa. Alexa, get directions to the 818 grill.
Getting directions. It's a Buick.
First ever Buick Encore GX. Available with Alexa built in.
Nice Buick.
It's an Alexa. Now get nearly $3,300 purchase cash on the 2020 Encore GX. Ask Alexa, tell me about Buick SUVs.
Attention anyone on Medicare. The Medicare annual enrollment period is now open. You may now be eligible for additional Medicare-approved benefits, including free hearing aids, free eyeglasses, and free home prescription delivery.
We've been hearing about newer plans with additional benefits and want to make sure that we're getting all the benefits we're entitled to.
You could be eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan with no copays, no deductibles, and no monthly premiums. That's no, as in zero.
Is it true that you don't automatically get new additional benefits?
That's right. Call now to instantly find out if you're eligible for a plan that includes additional benefits. You don't get these automatically, so call for your free no-obligation review. Just call 800-576-4499 now, before the deadline, to find out if you're eligible for additional benefits. There is no obligation to enroll. The call and Medicare benefits review are absolutely free. Call 800-576-4499. That's 800-576-4499.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Our continuing coverage of Zeta here, guys, from Biloxi, Mississippi, behind the Golden Nugget. Pretty much right here at the marina. Haven't seen much water rise here, at least in the last hour since we started. It's up about a foot and a half. Bay St. Louis now up around 2 feet. But we just had a heck of a squall come through here. And holy smoke, winds very, very gusty. But nothing like what they're dealing with the eye wall in New Orleans. I want to bring in Paul Goodlow because he's really dealing with the teeth of this thing right now. Paul, let's talk about this and what you've gone through certainly during the last hour and how things may be changing as we speak.
Yeah, I'm hoping, Jim, that we finally get that settlement. We've been dealing with very strong gusty winds. Some of those intense rain bands have the most strongest winds in there, so the wind's easily gusting 80-plus miles per hour. We have these kind of shelters for the trolleys, glass has been shattering from them. Not sure if it's just the wind itself, because the wind has a weight and a pressure that it can break and shatter that like it has, or it could be perhaps pieces of debris coming on through here. We've seen parts of street signs. We've also seen a dumpster on wheels being blown down the road with these gusty winds here. And this is Canal Street, one of the widest roads here, but there are many narrower streets where I'm sure that wind is getting funneled and accelerated through there. And power outage numbers continue to grow. We're well over 100,000 customers just in the state of Louisiana. Think about a customer in terms of a household, not just people, but households. So easily, it's an easy estimate would be maybe 500,000 people. They could have saw the power kind of flash here or flicker. So power outages is one of the biggest concerns here. And now I'm here being told 86,000 alone here in Orleans Parish, where the city of New Orleans is. So the city, about close to 400,000 residents. So you can easily say maybe close to 200,000 people without power, Jim, just in Orleans Parish. And we still have the rest of this front side of the eye wall and the back side to get through this evening. Jim?
Paul, I can't believe that the shot that you have off of the west side of Lake Pontchartrain. I mean, that's about as, that's about as a big a wave action as you find in the Atlantic Ocean with a big coastal storm there. You keep pointing out that camera, which is obviously why we're not there. But that's just incredible. Talk about when you set that up and what it was like. It was probably calm. I mean, you've been on Lake Pontchartrain on a calm day where it's like glass out there.
It is. We were there last night. It was kind of choppy. There were still some people learning how to sail, so it wasn't rough in terms of they couldn't do that. But the thing is, Jim, that camera is not on the west side of the lake. That's on the south side of the lake. It's by the New Canal Lighthouse. So the west side has been getting pummeled by this east wind all day long. So I'm sure they have huge waves and a huge rise in that water. But even there in the South Shore, we've been dealing with, water up and over onto Lakeshore Drive. Our storm tracker, Charles Peak, he was over there. He decided when the water was getting too close to the road and perhaps threatening his car, he got out of there. So that was a little while ago. So imagine what it looks like now as we have the strongest winds creating those waves over there. And then we have the eye come through, and then we have the wind shift direction. So some areas where perhaps they've seen the water kind of recede, it can come sloshing back as those winds change direction. And that's what we're in through the rest of this evening here. And the only good news I can see is I can see actually farther down the road here. So perhaps we're starting to see the beginning of entering into this eye, and a little lax of the wind, hopefully, is in our imminent future here, at least here in Canal Street here in New Orleans. Jim?
Hey, Paul, you've been into this rain now for a few hours, and you know, as well as most people out there, that New Orleans sits below sea level, but they've got a pump system. It takes the water and pumps it out as it comes in, obviously. The whole thing would be underwater. Have you seen any kind of standing water where you are from your vantage point?
Canal Street is fairly elevated. We have a drain right here, so I see water sloshing on through. But so far, so good. But the biggest concern, Jim, as you mentioned with the pumps, is getting power. Make sure they have power. One of the big turbines, which helps to operate the pumps, is offline. And the Sewage and Water Board, they've made other precautions, and they brought in other generators to make sure they can continue to keep pumping the water out of the city. Like you mentioned, Jim, is sitting below sea level. So when you think New Orleans and hurricanes, you think Katrina, you think flooding disasters, but I think a lot of people are surprised by the strength of the winds here, and that winds with Zeta. It's a whole new memory now we're creating in New Orleans here in terms of potential storm damage with these Category 2 winds, which are lashing in New Orleans here. Again, it's been years since we had a direct hit with an eye. We're getting it right now here in New Orleans.
Your favorites from Olive Garden are just a couple taps away. Order and pay online. And with Carside Pickup, we'll deliver right to your car. Only at Olive Garden. We're all family here.
You've saved me so much on my insurance with that Russell rate. You become my muse.
Russell, State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
feel like I captured your kind eyes.
You want the real deal? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Great class today.
At Lowe's, home has always been our world. And we know this year, home has meant everything to you too. So this holiday season, we give thanks and celebrate. Because gifts for home bring joy to all.
Tonight, this Connor's Halloween is coming from inside the house.
This door is a bathroom used by 6 people!
New Connor's Halloween, tonight on ABC.
As president, the first step I will take will be to get control of the virus that has ruined so many lives.
What would Joe Biden do to beat COVID? Double testing sites so we can safely reopen. Manufacture PPE here in America. Restore the White House Pandemic Office. Save the Affordable Care Act and protections for pre-existing conditions.
This is not a partisan moment. This must be an American moment.
FFPAC is responsible for the content of this ad.
Black Friday used to mean deals gone in a flash. That was Black Friday then. This is Black Friday now. Target has deals all November, with new deals each week. In-store and on Target.com. It's Black Friday now at Target.
Insulin injections can make diabetes complicated. Meet Omnipod. It delivers insulin through a tubeless pod. Just one small pod replaces up to 14 injections. And today, you can get started with a free 30-day Omnipod Dash trial at Omnipod.com. No more daily injections. It's game-changing. Get started with a free 30-day Omnipod Dash trial today. Go to Omnipod.com for risk information, instructions for use, and free trial terms and conditions. Consult your healthcare provider before starting on Omnipod. Simplified diabetes. Simplified life. Omnipod.
Introducing Budweiser Nitro Gold. A first-of-its-kind lager. Infused with nitro for a taste as smooth as silk. Flip, pour hard, wait for it.
DiGiorno has 7 delicious crusts, and your family food critics will rave. Rising Crust is fresh baked deliciousness. Stuffed Crust is literally mouth-watering. There's a 5-star pizza for everyone in your family to love.
No question. We've had some what they call surges in the power lines, and we've had the surges on the transformers. And as that happens, you hear the explosion, you see the flash. What they call safety mechanism that trips the transformer so it doesn't damage the line. All right, so you want that to happen, certainly. Obviously, you don't want it to happen to lose power, but it's actually a safety mechanism. Guys, we're right at the Port Cadet Marina. I just wanted to come out here as long as we can because the water is now at the kind of the top of the level of the walkway in through here. This is just one of several marinas here where they've obviously moved their boats the 5th time in 10 weeks, as a matter of fact. But the squall we went through earlier that actually caused that transformer to surge is what moved down toward Felicia. And so what we're watching now is what's happening where Justin is in Bay St. Louis, where the surge is up now to 2.3 feet. All right, so as it continues to come up, we're expecting 7 to 11 feet here, which is incredible. It's going to come up fast, guys. Trust me. Whether it's a Katrina or it's a Zeta, it's going to come up fast, and it's sloshing around through here. But 4 feet. Okay. Dills just tells me we got 4 feet now at Bay St. Louis. So it's going to come up fast here. It's going to start coming up here, and it's going to get over the walkway and obviously into the parking garage, the lower parking garage of the Golden Nugget, which we still have vehicles rolling around for whatever reason. I have no idea. But we can retreat. It's a multi-level parking garage, and we're going to be able to retreat here and obviously get to high ground. But we left a camera down here that's up above the forecast surge where we'll actually be able to, like Paul did, he can show you Lake Pontchartrain. We'll be able to show you what's happening back here, right off Biloxi Bay and right off the Port Cadet Marina in through here. So it's going to come up, and trust me, it's going to come up fast, just like it did certainly with Beta and Sally and Laura if you were in those surge zones. Forecast again, 7 to 11 feet coming up and through here. We've got a 105-mile-an-hour hurricane now with the latest advisory, so it's starting to come down. The winds are starting to come down, but it's starting to move a little bit faster. So it's moving northeast at about 25 miles per hour now. We're going to see that forward speed pick up a little bit. We're going to see the winds start coming down. But the problem is by the time we roll into tomorrow morning, Alex Wilson, we're going to watch issues in Birmingham develop overnight and also Atlanta. We have tropical storm warnings there, and we are expecting winds that could be anywhere from 60 to 75 miles per hour. Just because the storm winds down doesn't mean we just lose the energy, as you know.
Totally. I think so many times people think, oh, okay, we've got the coast. And then once it hits the coast, that's where the worst of the weather is. And then it moves on. We're actually going to see some significant effects well inland. You got to look there at Atlanta. Even Crane there in the shot already starting to wiggle a bit given the increase of winds through the later part of today. But it's early tomorrow where we're really going to see those winds amplifying in North Georgia. Take a look at the likely power outages, or rather widespread. They extend all the way up into the upstate of South Carolina, Greenville, Spartanburg, getting into western North Carolina as well. So Gulf Coast all the way into the southern Appalachians, watching for the potential or likelihood, really, of widespread power outages. And here is the reason why. As Jim mentioned, places like Birmingham and Montgomery, Alabama, you're going to see those winds really begin to pick up as we head into the early morning hours of your Thursday. Could be looking at 60 to 75 mile per hour gusts there in Montgomery. Same for Atlanta. So we could be looking for strong tropical storm force gusts in a place like North Georgia, Birmingham Metro. That's going to topple trees, lead to those power outages. Think now, where is your bedroom? Where are you going to be in your house? Do you have a lot of trees around? Falling trees will be a real danger, both in your home and on your morning drive. So keep that in mind for the morning commute. 7 a.m. still gusty. Asheville, North Carolina picking up with winds gusting to around 50 miles an hour mid-morning. Late morning, now we get Raleigh and Columbia into the mix. Raleigh could be looking at 50-mile-an-hour gusts. Same for Richmond as we go through the afternoon. So it's a quick mover, but those winds will be packing quite a punch as the system moves through, even into late Thursday, remaining a little bit gusty. And of course, the rain coming with it. So heavy rain helping to loosen up the soils, allow those trees to topple. Let's get you a live look right now at Bay St. Louis. This in Mississippi. We take a closer look at some of the heavy rain coming down. And that's our crew. Man, it's a tough go out there. Brett Adair has been bringing us some of the views there from Bay St. Louis. Rain blowing sideways and similar scenes all across the Gulf Coast. Our Felicia Combs, meteorologist in Pascagoula this evening. Felicia, once again, you find yourself on a landfall on the Gulf Coast.
Yeah, and you know, it's just getting to be one of those things, Alex, where I know everyone here is tired of it. As meteorologists, we're like, man, this hurricane season just does not seem to end. And here's the thing about Zeta. It's going to be a rough one for areas that are still recovering from Sally. Of course, last month, Pascagoula maybe not seeing some of the worst impacts from Sally, but certainly had to deal with power outages and things of that nature. And I do think that's what we're going to be dealing with once again. I expect to see those power outages climbing as we head through the overnight. I just heard from our weather producer, Sarah, that we have now gotten up into tropical storm force gusts just about 3 miles north of us at the Trent Lott Airport, 41-mile-per-hour gusts in the past hour. So that is tropical storm force, and it's only going to get worse from here. I'm expecting the worst for southern Mississippi, the Pascagoula area, to be as we head into, say, 7:30, 8, 9, 10 o'clock. As we head toward midnight, we'll start to see the conditions certainly improving, but it will still be breezy. So this is kind of just the beginning of it, guys, here in places like Pascagoula and Gulfport, and we are going to see this picking up over the next several hours. We've got a hurricane warning, a storm surge warning for the possibility of 7 to 11 feet. We've also got a flood watch, and again, we have a tornado watch. So several different threats that we're dealing with here. Where I am in Pascagoula, you'll see behind me, that is Highway 90. It runs along the stretch of southern Mississippi. This is an inlet of the Pascagoula River, and then off to my left is the main Pascagoula River that runs out into the Mississippi Sound. You've got the barrier islands like Horn Island south of us, and then out into the Gulf of Mexico. So islands like Horn Island experiencing certainly some of that storm surge as we head through the overnight tonight. And here's part of the other problem that's going to exacerbate the storm surge problem for this area. High tide around 11 o'clock tonight. So we experienced low tide a little more than an hour ago, and now we're going to see those tides beginning to rise as we get closer to high tide at 11 o'clock tonight. So storm surge is going to be really a problem as we head through the overnight hours, especially on those barrier islands that are south of places, especially for Beach Boulevard here in Pascagoula. Of course, we're going to be here through the duration of the storm for you, and we'll have more on Zeta coming up after the break.
DiGiorno has 7 delicious crusts, and your family food critics will rave. Rising Crust is fresh baked deliciousness. Stuffed crust is literally mouth-watering. There's a 5-star pizza for everyone in your family to love. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Great tasting and sure, with 9 grams of protein, 27 vitamins and minerals, and nutrients to support immune health.
I'm craving
wings. Frigidaire's range lets you air fry right in your oven. It's all the flavor, none of the guilt.
so
Good. That's using your Frigidaire.
Back in January, we knew that this was really, really bad.
We had ample forewarning.
But we did almost no testing, almost no contact tracing.
Completely ignored the science, completely ignored the warning signs.
There were things that could have been done.
A lot of people have died needlessly. And there's nothing more frustrating than feeling like you're fighting against someone who should have your back.
We are not going to stamp this out unless we have a change of leadership.
FFPAC's responsible for the content of this ad.
At Cracker Barrel, we're cooking up warm feelings of home. Our country fried turkey is back for the holidays. And this season, we're also serving it along with our buttermilk pancakes for a new breakfast tradition. This holiday, come on home to Cracker Barrel. Dine in, curbside, or delivery.
Hi, folks. Joe Namath here, and if you're on Medicare, today is one of the only days of this year you can update your coverage and benefits. Before the deadline, you're entitled to eliminate copays and get dental, prescriptions, transportation, and meals at no additional cost. Plus, your zip code may have coverage with the Give Back benefit that adds money back to your Social Security check every month.
I called to get dental, transportation, meals, and the Give Back benefit. They helped me so much.
With this virus situation, I called to get everything I'm entitled to. I couldn't believe I was missing out on so many benefits.
With the uncertainty of the virus, you need to get everything you're entitled to. Millions of people have trusted the Medicare Coverage Helpline. You can too. Don't miss the deadline. Call now. It's free.
Call 1-800-346-4800. That's 1-800-346-4800 now.
Frustrated that clothes come out of the dryer wrinkled? Next time, try Bounce Wrinkle Guard dryer sheets. The world's first mega sheet with 3 times more wrinkle relaxers. Look at the difference of these 2 shirts. The Wrinkle Guard shirt has less wrinkles and static and more softness and freshness. To tame wrinkles on the go, use Bounce 3-in-1 Rapid Touch-Up Spray. Bounce out wrinkles with Bounce Wrinkle Guard dryer sheets and touch-up spray, both with a money-back guarantee.
If you're living with limited mobility, here's a personal invitation from the inventor of Hoverround, Mr. Tom Cruise.
Home. It's everything. It's your safe haven, the place you belong. If you've tried everything, canes, walkers, manual wheelchairs, even if you've been in a power chair for years, I invite you to call and experience the Hoverround difference. It could make all the difference for you.
There is a difference. Hoverround's patented round design gets you through the tightest doors and hallways. Hoverround's service network gets you going and keeps you going. And remember, Hoverround may be covered by your health insurance. Call today for your free mobility consultation and DVD.
Get back to doing the things you love, in your home or anywhere you want. We'll make it happen. You have my word on it.
Hoverround will work with your doctor and insurance so you receive the benefits you deserve. Call now, 1-888-360-9724. That's 1-888-360-9724. Or visit hoverround.com today.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat. Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
You're watching the Weather Channel's live coverage of the landfall of Hurricane Zeta. It is now working its way through New Orleans, Louisiana, taking a direct hit there. Our crews are out there covering it for you this evening, and our Paul Goodlow is in New Orleans tonight, right in the center of it all, in the eye, where the winds have gone calm tonight for us, Paul.
Yeah, it was like still for about maybe 10 minutes ago, Mike. I mean, barely a whisper of wind in here. A far cry from a little while ago. In fact, take a look at this video that when we're going through, and it went through the most intense part of Hurricane Zeta, slamming New Orleans. Again, it's been years since we had an eye come over here. It's over here right now. No wind compared to easily 80-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts here, even in downtown New Orleans. Definitely a different picture right now. In fact, we also have a drone shot. I could pull that up of the sky. We're actually seeing a brightening of the sky. I can see for easily a couple of miles here, but you can see kind of the pink, kind of eerie glow of the sky of what's going on here with the center of Zeta. So it's not a clear eye. We don't see the stars. We don't see blue sky at all. That's just all the high clouds out here. This system is moving so fast. So it's good and bad news with this. Good news is we've seen the first half of the storm already. That's the great news. The bad news is we saw the backside. But if I look around here, I'm seeing a lot of people out walking and even driving around. And the concern is we still have some very strong winds. Looking at the radar, I don't expect to see as intense rain coming in with the backside. It looks a little drier, a little open on the backside, but we still have those strong winds embedded in that circulation. That is still coming back here. And by the way, this shelter, very similar to this one here, this pretty thick glass, easily maybe a quarter inch or thicker, has shattered and all over the street, but people are still driving through that as well. So we're just surveying some of the damage. And we might even see more as we head onto the backside. Definitely a wind shift for sure as we get over the next 15 minutes or so. So we're not quite done. Many areas might have seen the worst of Zeta so far, but there's still some pretty bad weather on the back end of the system as I feel a little stronger winds now coming from the other end of Canal Street. Yeah, we're beginning to see the backside of the system here. And while we're counting down the end of this, there are other parts of the southeastern Gulf Coast just counting into the most intense weather with this. Again, someone driving over some of the glass there. Felicia Combs is in Pascagoula, Mississippi. You guys are seeing more intense wind and rain as you're starting to see some of the stronger parts of Zeta head your way.
Yeah, that's right, Paul. Of course, we're going to be displaced from the eye wall, so we won't see quite what you saw, but we are still going to see winds that are strong enough to do some damage, to cause some power outages, to put down some trees that are already vulnerable from the damage that they saw from Sally. So we are kind of in a little bit of a lull right now. We've got a little bit more of a band that's going to move through, and then we're going to have a bit of a lull in between those stronger bands here in Pascagoula. We'll still be getting some of that rain, and then I think as we approach the 7:30, 8 o'clock hour, we're going to be right in another one of those much stronger bands. Now, of course, it's not going to stop, but we are going to see waves of the stronger wind picking up. Now, the highest wind gusts that we've seen in the 48 miles per hour at the Trent Lott Airport just to the north of us. I want to talk to you a little bit about the different risks that we have here. You can see the tree behind me, this tree kind of blowing around. One of the risks is going to be those down trees, those power outages as we head through the overnight. So keep that in mind. And then also storm surge. We are in the area here in Pascagoula that the forecast is for 7 to 11 feet. Places like Beach Boulevard in Pascagoula could certainly be seeing some of that storm surge. Islands in Mississippi, Alabama, barrier islands like Dauphin Island, like Horn Island, certainly going to be dealing with that possibility for some intense storm surge as we're dealing with this onshore flow. But then also the hurricane force wind gusts certainly can't be ruled out, especially as we head through, say, 8 p.m., 9 p.m., and we're closest to that center passing just to the north and west of us. We've also got a flood watch. In the past just hour, we've seen 0.32 inches of rain just north of us. That's adding up to nearly an inch just today, and we're just now in it. We're going to continue to see this rain coming down, and it's going to several different risks that we're dealing with here. I can't stress enough that you want to make sure that you have some way to get those alerts. We are under a tornado watch here across southern Mississippi, and that is until midnight tonight. So you want to make sure that you have some way to get those alerts and that you're safe. And if you know that there are vulnerable trees near some area of your home and you can stay away from that area, that is such a good idea, because those trees can really do a lot of damage. They can take lives, and of course you don't want to be anywhere near that. So again, hurricane warning, storm surge warning, flood watch, and a tornado watch for places like Pascagoula. And right now, Mike, we're in between some of the stronger rain bands, but I do think as we head into that 7:30, 8 o'clock hour, we'll be right back in another one of those stronger bands, and we'll really see these winds picking up.
Indeed, we will. It's going to be a long night across the South, that's for sure. We take a look at where the hurricane is right now. The eye going over New Orleans as we speak. We saw a Paul shot just a moment ago. We've got calm winds as we speak. The intense storm bands have gone north of us, and so breathe a little easier for us tonight in New Orleans. But look at the intense squalls now. Slidell through Gulfport, Biloxi, and Pascagoula tonight. We've got intense storms over around Pensacola as well. Tornado warning here, Escambia in Santa Rosa County. That's for Ferry Pass and Pace. Our warning till 6:45 this evening. Another tornado warning in Mississippi headed toward Columbus. Lowndes and Noxubee County under a tornado warning. Confirmed tornado here.
The Lab, brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Wish you were here to see how bright the human spirit can shine. To see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave, to help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Water?
Incoming!
Water tastes like water, so we fixed it. Neo.
We can't always keep our distance, but we can still help protect each other this flu season by getting vaccinated. If you're 65 or older, get the superior flu protection of Fluzone High Dose Quadrivalent. It's the only 65-plus flu vaccine with 4 times the standard dose, and it's free with Medicare Part B.
Fluzone High Dose Quadrivalent isn't for people who've had a severe allergic reaction to any flu vaccine or vaccine component, including eggs or egg products. Tell your healthcare professional if you've ever experienced severe muscle weakness after receiving a flu shot.
People with weakened immune systems, including those receiving therapies that suppress the immune system, may experience lower immune responses. Vaccination may not protect everyone. Side effects include pain, redness and or swelling where you got the shot, muscle ache, headache, and general discomfort. Other side effects may occur.
If you're 65 plus, don't settle for a standard dose flu shot. Move up to superior flu protection. See your healthcare provider and ask for Fluzone High Dose Quadrivalent by name.
Yes, mornings may look different these days, but where you start your day, where you spend your mornings, where you get connected to everything that's happening.
And face it, there's a whole lot happening in our world these days.
Where you get all the breaking new information of the day to help you navigate through these times. That's why we're here.
Good morning, sunshine.
And making sure you start your day off with a smile and some sunshine.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America. Oh, how I love saying that.
Advanced non-small cell lung cancer can take away so much. But today, there's a combination of 2 immunotherapies you can take first. One that could mean a chance to live longer. Opdivo plus Yervoy is for adults newly diagnosed with non-small cell lung cancer that is spread and that tests positive for PD-L1 and does not have an abnormal EGFR or ALK gene. It's the first and only approved chemo-free combination of 2 immunotherapies that works together in different ways to harness the power of the immune system. Opdivo plus Yervoy equals a chance for more days, more nights, more beautiful weekends, more ugly sweaters, more big hugs, more small outings. Opdivo and Yervoy can cause your immune system to attack normal organs and tissues in your body and affect how they work. This may happen during or after treatment is ended and can become serious and lead to death. Some of these problems may happen more often when Opdivo is used with Yervoy. See your doctor right away if you have a new or worse cough, chest pain, shortness of breath, diarrhea, severe stomach pain, nausea or vomiting, dizziness, fainting, extreme tiredness, weight changes, constipation, excessive thirst, changes in urine or eyesight, rash, itching, confusion, memory problems, muscle pain or weakness, joint pain, flushing, fever, or tingling in hands and feet. These are not all the possible side effects. Tell your doctor about all your medical conditions, including immune system problems, or if you've had an organ transplant or lung, breathing, or liver problems. Here's to a chance for more together time, a chance to live longer. Ask your doctor about Opdivo plus Yervoy. Thank you to all involved in our clinical trials.
We are watching some very intense weather tonight. We do have a hurricane on our hands, Category 2, Hurricane Zeta making landfall with the eye going over New Orleans right now. Intense squall lines here, though, Slidell, through Biloxi, Pascagoula, over through Gulf Shores, Alabama, and then through the Panhandle of Florida as well. I'll show you some of these intense squalls that we're getting. Really intense winds, by the way, as well in Slidell, coming across I-10, Gulfport, Biloxi, and Pascagoula, all getting hit hard tonight. Tornado warning now issued in Baldwin County in Alabama. Mobile sits up to the north on the top of your end of your screen there, but storm motion here is to the north at 55 miles an hour. The tornado still sits offshore, but is going to really race to the northwest here very quickly, so you're not going to have a lot of time to react here. And I would say in Mobile, you want to quickly get to your tornado shelter. We've got a tornado now coming on shore here around Pensacola Beach, Escambia, and Santa Rosa counties under a tornado warning right now. That's going to come, we think, just to the east of Pensacola and come right through Pensacola Bay. So again, our warning till 6:45. Up to Mississippi we go. We had a confirmed tornado here, Lowndes and Noxubee County under a tornado warning. This one's going to go just to the west of Columbus, right between Starkville and Columbus along Highway 82 here. 6:45, the expiration on this. There's been a pretty good couplet on that. It's starting to weaken a little bit here, but we're going to time this out for you. A place like Bent Oak could be there around 6:49. We've got some new video to show you this evening of what's been happening with these storms. And check this out. This is in Louisiana. This, the eye wall of Zeta that came in here with really intense winds. And in any of these bands, look at the roof just get peeled right off that barn. In any of these intense bands, you could also get some tornado spin-ups. So just numerous things to keep an eye on here this evening. We think intense winds remain with us well inland tonight. Not only in Louisiana, where we're hit hard tonight, not only in Mississippi, but well up through Alabama, Georgia, and the Carolinas. So we want everyone to pay attention to what's going on with this storm now through the day tomorrow. There's another look at the intense wind here in Louisiana. And power's really been going out left and right. We've got hundreds of thousands of customers now without power in Louisiana. It's actually getting close to 300,000 customers without power. The most affected counties, parishes, Jefferson and Orleans parishes right now, accounting for about 200,000 of that. Let's get you into Biloxi, Mississippi tonight. Our Jim Cantori is there, Jim, where the really intense rain bands are about to hit you and the storm surge is coming up quick.
Yes. Saw that 49 mile per hour latest wind gust here, Mike, at Biloxi. So we're not surprised that the winds are going to come up. And we'll watch these two bands because I think certainly with the first one, the water will come up a little bit more. And then obviously with what's left of the eye wall that comes through here, I think if we're going to maximize the surge, it'll happen at that point or shortly thereafter. Remember, the eye winds aren't incredibly wide. We had the Cat 2 wind in southern Louisiana there, 105, 110 miles per hour around Golden Meadows. So that's whatever's left of that is what comes up toward us here probably over the next hour or so. Again, not that bad right now. You get in between squalls, and it's really not that bad. You can see the palm blowing from side to side. There are other areas around where I can see the wind a little bit stronger, which is just off the bay and through here. And right now, surge 2.9 feet. All right, so that's the total water rise that we've got for you in Bay St. Louis. So we're really watching that gauge because that's basically what's going to come this way, and they're getting into that first rain band that we talked about now. Mike, I was talking to you earlier, pretty much right from the marina's edge here. Now we really can't walk out there on that post, okay, because the water is starting to come up over this walkway and through here. So it's coming up little by little. And obviously, as it comes up, we'll retreat. We've got our storm path camera basically in the base of this garage here, so we'll be able to show you what's happening down and through here. The forecast, again, 7 to 11 feet, and it's going to come up fast. I think that's what catches people off guard. That's why everybody just needs to hunker down and pretty much deal with a quiet evening at home, all right? Hopefully the wind won't cause you to lose power, but we're going to see power outages start to increase dramatically in Mississippi as we get into this first outer wall and then the main eye wall, which is coming in probably in the next hour or two. So get ready, guys. The worst is yet to come still here in Biloxi, in Gulfport, in Bay St. Louis, and certainly where Felicia is over in toward Pascagoula. I can hear the wind. I can hear it howling through some of the top floors of this parking garage. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 levels with this one in through here, and you can start to hear it really howling up through that garage. So, guys, again, getting worse before it gets better. Power outages will continue to mount. Stay off the roads, and like I said, when that storm surge comes in, we will show it to you. We'll show you how fast it's going to come in here. Even if it's under 7 feet, it'll still be where I am right now and certainly into the lower level of the parking garage here at the Golden Nugget, which is where we are. We're right at the end of Biloxi, the east side of Biloxi, before you cross the bridge, the Biloxi Bay Bridge over to Ocean Springs, and it's a very low point. Lots of big waves on that bay right now, and almost all the boats in safe harbor as we speak. We'll be right back.
Water?
Incoming!
Water tastes like water, so we fixed it. Neo.
He coddled the communists, sided with socialists. Now, Joe Biden is lying. He will raise taxes on the middle class, and his liberal agenda will cost millions of jobs. Because he's a career politician, past his prime, too weak to rebuild our nation. But we won't let him. We will build a better future with courage, with strength, because we are America, and Donald Trump is our president. America First Action is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Okay, so a magnificent mile from me.
I thought I was managing my moderate to severe Crohn's disease until I realized something was missing. Me.
You okay, sis?
My symptoms were keeping me from really being there for my sisters. So I talked to my doctor and learned
That's us.
Humira is for people who still have symptoms of Crohn's disease after trying other medications. The majority of people on Humira saw significant symptom relief in as little as 4 weeks, and many achieved remission that can last.
Humira can lower your ability to fight infections. Serious and sometimes fatal infections, including tuberculosis and cancers, including lymphoma, have happened, as have blood, liver, and nervous system problems, serious allergic reactions, and new or worsening heart failure. Tell your doctor if you've been to areas where certain fungal infections are common, and if you've had TB, hepatitis B, are prone to infections, or have flu-like symptoms or sores. Don't start Humira if you have an infection.
Be there for you and them. Ask your gastroenterologist about Humira. With Humira, remission is possible.
Ever since Daryl's family started using Gain Flings, their laundry smells more amazing than ever.
Honey, isn't that the dog's towel?
Hey, me towel, Sue towel. There's more Gain scent plus Oxy Boost and Febreze odor remover in every fling. Gain, seriously good scent.
Insulin injections can make diabetes complicated. Meet Omnipod. It delivers insulin through a tubeless pod. Just one small pod replaces up to 14 injections. And today, you can get started with the free 30-day Omnipod Dash trial at Omnipod.com. No more daily injections. It's game-changing. Get started with a free 30-day Omnipod Dash trial today. Go to Omnipod.com for risk information, instructions for use, and free trial terms and conditions. Consult your healthcare provider before starting on Omnipod. Simplify diabetes. Simplified life. Omnipod.
Now is the time for a new bath from Bathfitter. Every Bathfitter bath is installed quickly, safely, and beautifully with a lifetime warranty. Go from old to new, from worn to wow. The beautiful bath you've always wanted, done right, installed by one expert technician, all in one day. We've been creating moments like these for 35 years, and we're here to help you get started. Book your free virtual or in-home design consultation today.
Are the other kids up yet?
Just me.
Frigidaire induction heats faster than gas or electric, and spills won't burn on.
Wow.
So it's a breeze to clean.
Bacon motivation.
That's using your Frigidaire.
What does Domino's know about tacos and burgers? As delivery experts, we know they shouldn't be delivered like this.
Thanks for the soggy taco spread across the bottom of my delivery bag.
The burger was wilted.
We hate to see anything delivered poorly.
We wanted to give you a burger that is designed to be
A
delivered.
taco that was made to deliver right.
Taco from Domino's?
What?
Oh my.
The new Domino's cheeseburger pizza.
This is our new chicken taco pizza.
Now the best way to get a taco or burger delivered is to get a Domino's pizza.
That is not a soggy taco.
Think about the moments you've been missing. The small ones you've been dreaming about. The ones you couldn't be more ready for. And even the ones that take you by surprise. These are the moments you'll remember. The ones that are impossible to forget. To new memories, Hilton, and our family of hotels.
Pattern is dedicated to everyone who seeks to explore the world in new ways, share in its challenges and triumphs, and celebrate its most amazing moments. So join us on our mission to be informed and inspired. Pattern, available on your favorite platforms.
Welcome back as we follow Hurricane Zeta for you tonight. I want you to take a close look at this live view from New Orleans, because what you're looking at is the eye of Hurricane Zeta. Kind of look off in the distance there. You can actually see some clearing in the edge of the cloud deck there. Isn't that something? 76 degrees with calm conditions for us in New Orleans, whereas the last hour we had winds gust over 70 miles an hour. Really incredible. I do see maybe even just a little bit of faint blue as the sun is about to set for us here in New Orleans. It just has set for us, but incredible shot for us tonight. And our Paul Goodloe is there. Boy, he really bore the brunt of some very intense winds on that northern eye wall. And Paul, night and day, just like that now.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, it's really, really calm for a little while. We're starting to feel the winds a little more breezy, but it's coming from the completely opposite direction. We're getting pounded by east winds coming down Canal Street. Now they're coming down this way, so we're starting to see the backside of the eye wall come through here. So we don't expect to see as much rain coming through. Looking at the radar, it does look like there's some drier air coming in on the backside of this, which we are not too upset about. Anytime you have heavy rain, even from a summer thunderstorm, you have that risk of flooding here in New Orleans. But it's that wind which definitely has done some damage. I believe the last count was a couple of 100,000 customers statewide without power because of this hurricane. And just here in Orleans Parish, where New Orleans is, I believe we're over 90,000 customers without power. You think about that for the entire parish, just the city of New Orleans itself. Close to 400,000 people live here, so a customer is a billing point. It could be, a family of four, it could be a family apartment of one person, but bottom line, you can multiply that number by easily 2, 3, 4, so probably close to 250,000 people without power right now across Orleans Parish, including here in the city of New Orleans. We're seeing a lot more people out and about, walking and driving. But here's the thing, we still have some very gusty winds coming through, and they're coming from the different direction, the opposite direction here. So things have been weakened by these strong winds on the front side of Zeta. Perhaps they're still standing. They might fall over when the winds come from the other side of Zeta. So even the National Hurricane Center is urging people not to go outside during this kind of lull in the winds. We can feel them slowly increase. So we hopefully won't have as strong of a winds, but they will be gusty. There will be some rain in those as well. But we do think we've been through the worst of Zeta so far. It's so fortunate this thing is moving so fast that it's now in, and we can now start to see the backside of the system. The amazing thing is, as we head towards sunrise tomorrow, we're looking for a gorgeous day on Thursday. In fact, even we have Halloween coming up on Saturday. So those of communities that are seeing trick-or-treating, it's going to be a beautiful weather weekend, but we still have to get through the rest of tonight, and those gusty winds could still do some damage here across this part of southeast Louisiana. But it's not just a concern here. We still have impacts still going on across the rest of the Gulf Coast. Our Jim Cantori is in Biloxi, Mississippi, a city that was devastated by storm surge with Katrina, and now also a storm surge, pretty decent storm surge that headed your way. What have you been seeing so far this evening, Jim?
Yeah, Paul, it's gradually coming up. We're watching Bay St. Louis. They got a gauge there. They're at 2.9 feet at this point. So it's not one of these trends where all of a sudden it's jumping like a foot in an instant. So, that's a little bit of good news. But it's just gradually coming up here. The walkway that I was talking about and walking on earlier, now that's completely underwater. It's starting to splash over and through here, but it's nothing that's coming up rapidly. Just wanted to come and show you, it's still windy. We still got these bands that are coming in. There's one just to my west now. We've already had a 49-mile-per-hour gust at Keesler. There's going to be stronger winds with that band, and then what's left of the eye wall that you went through, Paul, kind of comes through us, and I think that's what really brings the storm surge in. Remember, it's that right front quadrant when it comes north, and I think it'll bring our winds around a little bit more southerly. So we're right open here to Biloxi Bay. If you look at Biloxi and this point down here, it's just like a peninsula. And it's right down, on the water. We're protected a little bit from the marina seawall. A lot of the boats, obviously, as you've talked about, most of them are in what they call the hurricane hole. They're upriver and out of harm's way. So again, we're just kind of waiting on these stronger bands to come on in, and obviously that water rise. And I'll never forget Katrina in my entire life. We literally went in for 10 minutes to get out of the weather, and we came back out, and the entire parking lot was underwater. I mean, we saw an epic rise. 10, 15 feet probably within a matter of minutes. So it's going to come up fast. It's what catches people off guard. It's why it's been the #1 killer ever since hurricanes have impacted people, okay? Because people just don't understand how quick the water can come in. We've got a place to retreat. When that water starts coming in, we're heading up to higher ground, and we'll show you the bottom floor of the Golden Nugget, which we do expect to go underwater in through here. All right, Mike Bettis, we got a long night ahead of us. Not just with the storm surge issues here, but also the damaging wind threat, which will extend well inland into Mississippi, into Alabama, into Georgia, and up the I-85 corridor tomorrow morning.
We're going to have extensive power outages, we think. We're dealing with severe weather as we speak. You can see how the eye hitting us now in New Orleans with the extent of the northern eye wall going through Slidell. Really intense storms along I-10. And we've got tornado warnings across Alabama, including in Baldwin County here, where we actually have 2 rotations, one that's offshore, one that's onshore here. Fairhope, Mobile, take shelter quickly. Tornado warnings for this cell in Santa Rosa County until 7:15 tonight, coming between, or maybe just to the west of Milton along I-10. We're back after this.
Keeping your oysters growing while keeping your business growing as you swamped. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. The moment you sponsor a job on Indeed, you get a short list of quality candidates from our resume database, so you can start hiring right away. Claim your $75 credit when you post your first job at Indeed.com/promo.
Black Friday used to mean deals gone in a flash. That was Black Friday then. This is Black Friday now. Target has deals all November, with new deals each week. In-store and on Target.com. It's Black Friday now at Target.
With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave, to help show that human nature greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Introducing Budweiser Nitro Gold, a first-of-its-kind lager, infused with nitro for a taste as smooth as silk. Flip, pour hard, wait for it.
Who is USAA made for? It's made for
Hello everyone, this is me, Artist Invader here at this with Invader's Weather Channel. I'm a staff here. I want to inform everyone. So I hope you guys are enjoying the live stream. Now, I hope you guys are enjoying this live stream. So, I want to inform everyone something. Our live stream is not working right now. This is a problem we're speaking about. So I want to tell you guys that our live stream is not working. We'll have issues and I can't get it up. So we're gonna have to end the live stream here. Thank you for a great 4 hours of live stream. Thank you all for the support during this live stream. And I know everyone left, but thank you for watching the Weather Channel watching. I'm Hurricane Zeta. I think we've provided enough coverage for now. Thank you all. Be sure to like, subscribe, and share. And thank you all for watching. I'm the Artist Invader at Invader's Weather Channel. We started streaming 5 hours ago for Invader's Weather Channel. Invader's Weather News. Thank you all for watching. Like, subscribe, and share. And we'll see you guys next time. Thanks for following. Subscribe to FS Rick News because they're the channel helping us. Thank you all. Thank you all. See you guys later. Bye, guys.